No, but chess players, they never think in terms of like, it's funny, I never could fit in the world, normal world. I can understand it now because I was born in the Soviet Union, but it's maybe Turkey, you had a different framework, but just every time you meet people, it's like I have a different approach, so my friends are always different in the club. I sublimate the life, human being. But for example, Manuel, like he loves this kind of approach as well. Yes, it's very high.
There were many intense battles across all 5 boards in the 3rd round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix today in Monaco. Alexandra Kosteniuk and Alexandra Goryachkina were both the only 2 to win the games against Zhongyi and Bibisara Assaubayeva respectively. Today's results really shook up the scoreboard, as now the leaders are plenty and no one is a clear favorite anymore. The other games ended in draws, and importantly, Harika Dronavalli drew her game against Kateryna Lagno, finally putting her on the scoreboard. With 6 games left to go, the tournament is open for anyone to take the throne. Watch the FIDE broadcast to not miss any of the action.
Stottinger is coming, so switch the camera.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Monaco. We are live from Novotel Monte Carlo. My name is Almira Skripchenko and I'm going to be your host throughout the event. Joined today as every day by Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. Welcome, Alojzije.
Thanks, Almira. Greetings to everyone, and I'm looking forward to interesting round.
You have like an interesting haircut
Yeah,
today.
Actually, I need to check it. We have a first board.
So the first ceremonial move today is going to be made by Michael Stottinger. He is the organizer of the Women's Grand Prix in Austria.
Yeah.
Let's have a look which will be the first move for Kateryna Lagno, who is facing Elisabeth Paehtz.
Yeah, he's president of Austrian Chess Federation. I know him from last 2 years. He's managing a very strong club where top players, I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is playing there, Etienne Bacro, Maxudlo, and many other top players.
So E4 is on the board. I think that this is going to be Kateryna's first move.
Threefold repetition. Okay, it's enough now. Yeah, he's interesting man. He likes to make some jokes. And
our photographer Nikki Riga is on your screen as well, easily recognizable by her hair color. The younger generation would say that this is a statement. And Jean-Michel Rapierre, president of the Monaco Chess Federation and the organizer of this event, is also on your screen right now. So, a beautiful atmosphere.
Yeah, players having fun over there.
So, this will be a different story once the clock, has started.
Yeah, but we can see this in many sports that they're basically very friendly, making even some jokes before and after the match. 2 days ago was Real Madrid against City, Luka Modric playing for Real Madrid, Kovacic, Guardiola, Croatians for City. They were later sitting and even going for a dinner and so on. So it's normal. Very nice atmosphere. Right?
Players, yes, are getting ready. Let's say, I have a feeling, when I enter the playing hall, first of all, because it's so silent, that it's a temple, but at the same time, chess games are being played. So for me, it's a symphony or a concert, so it's a paradox. So I hope that you will enjoy the games today. It's the 4th round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Monaco. We will have a look in the pairings, standings at the very beginning, and we'll dive into the openings right after that. Okay,
some stand-up comedy around because everyone is laughing. So Michael is making some jokes.
Entertaining, yes, the crowd.
Many players laugh.
You don't see Humpy Koneru laugh, before the game.
I will congratulate Michael later.
So the game begins is the start of the game. So let's. I'm curious to know now, what was the joke about?
We'll find out. Yeah, nice, and I need to, as I'm praising them a lot, ladies are really putting a nice sportsmanship, fair play at the board. They are fighters, but off the board they are really acting, behaving, as a role models.
And we are waiting for the confirmation, of course, for our special agenda on the free day, probably the visit of the Monaco Opera in the morning, which was designed by Garnier, as well as the Parisian Opera, if you don't know. And then this friendly basketball match, maybe shooting competition. I'm not sure what is going to be the format, of course, because both clubs are very successful in Monaco, basketball clubs. So let's have a look at the games.
We can stay a little bit from this view because we can see that d4, d5 was played in Humpy against Kosteniuk.
I have some alarming statistics today, by the way. Yes, I've browsed through their games and, well, we will talk in depth about this while we will analyze the opening, but Alexandra Kosteniuk waited for a long time to win her first classical game against Humpy, and it was in 2023. So she is a very difficult opponent for Alexandra, and especially with the white pieces.
Yeah, I think we have in sports some incredible result. If I'm not mistaken, Jankovic has won against Monfils something like, I don't know, 15 times. And there was this famous joke, I don't know who lost, I think against Sampras or something. And then after 16 losses, won 17th and said, no one is winning against me 17 times in a row.
But this is normal. The numbers are working against you.
Yeah, but at some stage those records are broken. So, yeah, you cannot just win all the time. So.
But is this the...
I was trying to show this.
No, but wait a second. This is the move order?
And,
on Sarasadat against Batkhuyag?
No,
something is strange.
This is a mistake. Yes. So there was a Slav exchanged.
Okay, so d4, yes, of course.
d4 was played, cd, bishop f4, knight c6, e3, knight f6.
Because then I would have said that I've seen it all, yes? c4, d3, bishop f4.
Slav exchange is something which, let's say, once in 10 games can be part of your repertoire, because if your opponent is prepared, then Slav exchange is getting nowhere. But if your opponent hasn't prepared it and needs to remember a lot of things, you might get a nice advantage out of the opening. So it's a wise choice, and we know that Munguntuul is suffering a bit with black pieces.
So. And actually, you might get in trouble with the black pieces if you don't know the opening very well. But there are a lot of subtleties. But before we start analyzing every game, let's show the standings after the third round. So who is leading the tournament after the third round? I think that we have... How many? 3 players in the lead? Or yes, 3 players. Four players.
Yeah, and today they are playing between each other.
Yes, so, well, Lagno Kateryna has 2 points, Humpy Koneru has 2 points, Sarasadat Khademalsharieh has 2 points, and a surprising leader after 3 rounds is Batkhuyag Munguntuul.
We have Michael Stottinger with us. I'm curious, which joke was in the playing hall, because it was sort of stand-up comedy. Everyone was laughing. Humpy was laughing with Alexandra
You
Kosteniuk.
made everyone laugh.
So what was the story?
Make the girls laugh? No, in Monaco, the president of the Monaco Chess Federation has a very distinguished and sophisticated program for the FIDE. And I said in Austria, it will be very simple. We will have schnitzel. And then we will play Blitz with Vigi, because today I could confirm the 14th world champion to play with us
during the free day.
During the free day.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You have opera also in Austria.
Yes, but not every play. Not every play. You know?
Get into the image, like get
come
behind us.
here,
Yes,
come
please,
behind us.
behind us.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
of
it
course,
was.
we'll present you just a little
but then
bit.
you go down
Yes,
a bit.
a little bit down.
Yes. Actually, it's already a lot of sport
Yes.
to go here, because you must climb up the hill
Yeah.
if you want to reach the playing venue. Yes.
To remind the viewers, president of Austrian Chess Federation, organizer of the last leg in Austria, this Grand Prix, and today,
which will be crucial also for the standings. You know, you are going to witness the finale of this race.
Yes, I will witness for sure. I will not understand what will happen on the board, but I will witness, of course, Clarion champion.
Leg 5.
Leg 6? I think
Leg
it's 6.
six.
Leg
Leg
six.
six.
Yes, leg 6.
No, the biggest fun actually was... Sorry?
In May.
in May.
In May, yes, in May, yeah. When we talked about schnitzel, and the colleague from Romania said, in Romania, I said, when they asked me if Vigi will eat the schnitzel, and of course he will not, because he's pescatarian. He will eat the fish. And she said, in Romania, and I said, in Romania, put the fish into the schnitzel, But she couldn't confirm. It's something to say. You know?
Yeah, players were laughing. Thanks, Michaela,
Yes,
for
it was a
joining
pleasure.
us.
Yes, and
yeah.
thank you, yes,
Yeah.
well, for entertaining and
Okay, let's go back to the
having good
standing.
mood.
Let's check who is leading the field. Let's see the standings.
Etienne, sorry, it was a small improv, like a
Yeah,
stand-up,
yeah.
yes. So 2 players are leading, and you have yes, three players chasing them with 1.5 points. So Elisabeth Paehtz is having a very solid event, 3 draws. Bibisara, no, it was not Bibisara. Yes, Bibisara. No, it was no. Alexandra Kosteniuk has a very rough start, so she lost her first game, then drew and won a very difficult game yesterday. It was a thriller against Zhongyi, and Alexandra Goryachkina also won her first game of the tournament yesterday in a grueling encounter against Bibisara Assaubayeva.
Yeah, we cannot actually predict and say more. Still, it's far away from clear. We can say that Harika will have some tough time to recover because -2 is not an easy task. She can do it, of course. Goryachkina, Kosteniuk, they are all capable to climb. Zhongyi, they're all capable to fight back and climb into the standings very quickly.
And of course, the 3 IMs playing in this tournament, they are chasing their Grandmaster title. And we got the confirmation from the chief arbiter and from our arbiters that 6 out of 9 is necessary to achieve a Grandmaster now for all of the players. It's a very strong category 10 tournament. So let's have a look at the pairings.
Yeah, just
Pairings.
to show you that info. Today's pairings, I would say that Goryachkina against Zhongyi is the game.
Our key match,
yeah.
yes.
But Humpy against Alexandra, of course.
So yes, Zhongyi is the top seed of this event, but Alexandra Goryachkina is very close by rating. Then Humpy Koneru is playing against Alexandra Kosteniuk.
I would say that the pairings are actually, Almira, very interesting in terms that players with white pieces will really try to push on all boards. Of course, something can happen and a game can steer to a draw, but yeah, it's very interesting in terms of pairings, and players with the black pieces are capable to create mess.
So Sarasadat Khademalsharieh is playing against Batkhuyag Munguntuul. Kateryna Lagno is facing Elisabeth Paehtz, and Bibisara Assaubayeva is playing with the white pieces against Harika Dronavalli. So a lot of interesting matches today. I will reveal a few details about those personal scores, and there are some horrifying results, that I've seen in the database, especially for Elisabeth Paehtz against Kateryna Lagno and Alexandra Kosteniuk against Humpy Koneru. So,
yeah, I suggest that we check what's going on.
First, which game?
Yeah, we can start with Goryachkina against Zhongyi. I think this is something to check. I'm not surprised that Petrov was played, and it will be interesting to see will Alexandra come up with something right after the opening. It's not easy, of course, to get the advantage in Petrov, but let's check the game. Knight f6, knight e5, d6. I guess you tried all those things with white. Knight c4, coming back. Here, I don't know, 4 knights, d4, everything, I guess, Almira.
Yes, but I was not such a big fan of symmetrical positions, so I tried, especially like in this line, but Tang already played bishop f5, not bishop b7, where I liked the move knight c3, and it was used on after castle, knight c3.
So just to say to the viewers, our legends 14-4 champion Vishy Anand was mentioned by Mikhail, that even those heroes who never make mistakes. I know that Vishy Anand has suffered a really painful loss. I think he lost in 8 or 9 moves in Petrov. He blundered some queen b5. There was one trick, bishop was hanging on f5, something like that. So he just blundered in 8 moves. So it's possible. And also with white, he lost against Mamedyarov in Petrov. So Petrov can be tricky because you switched off your, I would say, like sensors and radars, and suddenly tactics is present.
And it's actually the opening where you have to master the ideas, you know, and since very often you will get into a symmetrical position, and those ideas and nuances will help you navigate through the opening. And let's say bishop f5 is becoming very popular lately. It's a very interesting move. So castle, bishop b7, of course, and then rook e1.
Normal move.
Yes, it's a
And
normal move.
knight c3, I think they can even, now you have many options after
Yes.
castle.
After castle, yes. Rook e1 or c4. I've tried both
Okay.
moves, but rook e1 is the main continuation, and Alexandra Goryachkina plays this opening herself with black.
Mhm.
So she knows, of course, that after castle, then what was played?
Knight d2.
Knight d2
There
is
is,
still
there
there.
is c4, even knight c3. So knight d2, knight d6.
It's knight c3 is a very rare move here. Let's see.
But I know that some
Jan
strong players.
Nepomniachtchi, especially against Grishuk, he used this move, but he's trying to get the same structure as I wanted to play with knight c3 and not the bishop on f5. Here, the advantage is that you can exchange the light square bishops immediately for black, and this is considered to be a very good position achievement. So you can take on d3 here. Yes.
Yeah, but
Queen d3.
just to add that sometimes it seems that you achieved everything with black, but white is always first on the e file.
Yes.
And then white doubles the rooks, and suddenly you are so close to a draw. There was games, for example, Šarić won against Rajabov in European teams 1.5 years ago. It can be tricky. I would be like...
No, I just can show you something like, let's say, you like, or something like knight c6 here first, bishop b4, bishop d6. What you need is already the rook. Yes, what you need is already the rook on e3, you know, in order to fight comfortably for the advantage, because here, like, rook e8, rook e1. So this is what you're aiming for. And now you know it looks equal. White is very often pushing h4 here.
Knight
Yes.
g5, and at some stage even c4 comes at the right moment. You're always super close to full equality, but it's not the case. So I don't know. Even this maybe maybe a few moves ago we could improve, but.
So Alexandra, she played knight bd2, which is the main line. Like we
Today is day of stand-up comedy.
Exactly.
First Mikhail, then Dana.
Well, people are jamming our studio, you know, it's like, I don't know, for no reason. So actually, knight bd2, knight d6, once again, is the main line. For example, Carlsen against Duda, a lot of blitz games have been played. Carlsen against Caruana, so knight f1 after knight d6. I think this is what was played. Yes.
Was this Šarić against Rajabov? Do you see Šarić maybe? Okay, his rating is lower than. Yes, Šarić Rajabov. Šarić won against Rajabov very convincingly.
In a classical game, of course. So after bishop d3, queen d3, c6 was played. It's a very instructive game, I think.
C6.
Bishop b4.
You will see the Šarić was completely winning, but that misplayed. That's why the game was long. Knight a6,
h4.
Yeah, that was all theory. Knight c7, and now I think knight g3 was.
No, knight g5. He started.
Knight g5 first.
g6, he provoked g6.
And then knight g3 is a novelty. They were playing knight h2, sort of. And you know that Rajabov, he's not losing so often. And especially in this game, he was trying to make a draw. And because it was team event, he was playing first board. And on the other boards, they are favorites with Mamedyarov and some others. And actually, yeah, he got into lost position. So what happened? Knight to the
Knight d8. The thing is, what are you doing with your knight on c7? So he is almost forced to bring it to g7. I would say via e8. What do you think? Knight d8. Rook
this was
e3.
how this was how it developed, and exactly that we were telling about. It seems that you should equalize in few moves, but it's not the case. Knight f3. I think it went this way, right? Something like this.
Yes.
And
So rook e5, h6.
so sorry, which move was? So rook e8 was first,
Yeah.
then rook e5,
e5,
h6.
h6, knight f3.
Here I
f6.
think knight f7 was at some stage even super deadly, but I cannot recall. Some knight f7 you cannot take with a knight because queen g6, and after king f7 it's already lost.
No, let me try. Yes, knight f7, king f7, h5. It's a beautiful sacrifice. I'm not sure that you...
So Rajabov was
defend
lost,
black's
let's
monarch.
say, after maybe 4 or 5 moves when he was out of the book. Which means, and he's playing Petrov, he's playing Berlin, which means that it's not so easy. If he cannot find a way in the opening, it's very tricky. So I'm curious what will happen in our game.
But this is the position where black very often is deprived of any counterplay, so it doesn't surprise me.
So
Let's have a look. What was played in the game?
in the game, bishop
Knight
F,
f1,
queen
bishop.
d3, yeah. Footsteps of Šarić and others, and at the moment we are following our main lines. So now knight s6,
No, c6 was played in the game.
Yeah,
Yes.
here as well. So
But I wanted to say that before c6, that knight d7 is also an option, so you can also transfer your knight through a6, but knight d7 is also an option to bring your knight to f6.
f6,
Yes,
but
so
probably then the e5 square is the issue.
let's say what... It's interesting.
That was Mamedov's game. Okay, sometimes Mamedov is super positional, so he has his own way of treating some positions.
Yes,
So-
you have to be careful not to lose. There is a trick. Queen b3 attacking both pawns. Yes, so you have to be in time to play knight b6 and to lose the pawn, not to lose the pawn on b7 and d5. Just
But
something like
also
this.
this position, for example, against the guy like Mamedov, I wouldn't be so happy because white is always slightly better. And so after bishop after queen d3, Zhongyi, she made the move, knight e6. So we are following Rajabov, Šarić Rajabov. Now h4. I'm pretty sure that the h4. Okay, no, hang on. Rook e2. Has rook e2 been played?
Yes, a few times already. Demchenko against Diak. A lot of blitz games because players, they have so many possibilities to try new ideas. So rook e2. He decided just to double on the e file. Knight c7, rook e1, rook e8, and then he brought the knight on e3.
Yeah, everything is possible, yeah.
And bishop knight e6, bishop e5.
I'm trying to give some advice, but I like white's position. Can you check, is there any other, maybe some classical game? Anton Svane, for example.
Yes,
if
this is
was,
a classical, a recent one, by the
Yeah.
way, played during Bundesliga. Rook e2, knight c7, rook e1, the same. Knight e6 first.
Yeah, that would be my reference, because Svane, he knows what he's doing.
But then what's interesting that Anton Giharo, he decided to take on d6 and to play g3. So he gave up this bishop and-
Also has some sense.
and restraining black's pieces, so played g3 and knight e5 next. I'm not sure that it gives
Okay,
much.
he wants to jump on e5, make an outpost, then push h4, h5 at the right moment, and place the knight on g4, maybe other knight. But this game is a reference. I see that it ended up in a draw.
Maybe let me see Rajabov, another one. So classical, but 1 year and a half.
No,
played.
there's the same event where he lost against Šarić, but that was first round. So Šarić
Okay,
improved.
Šarić improved. Okay, this is interesting.
And you have Anand Caruana.
Yes, let me see. Anand Caruana, when was it placed? It was
Rapid.
later, yes, in Rapid. And so knight c7. They think that the knight on e6 is more stable, maybe, in
That
this
was
line.
previous, right? 2022.
Yes. And this bishop d6 was played also in this game.
Okay. White is slightly better, but she knows, she needs to know what to do. Because this advantage can also evaporate. So let's check. Rook e2, knight c7. And she is thinking. Yeah, the problem is it's so developed, Almira, and if you don't know this history and database info, it can look like they are creating something, but at the moment they are just sidestepping, bypassing some stuff. They are for sure prepared.
So knight c7 is already on the board. We're expecting rook e1, of course, and knight e6.
Yeah. Or knight
Oh,
e3,
knight e3.
also viable option. She wants to place the bishop on e5 anyway.
Well, maybe it's just a transposition. So knight e3, what can be the difference after knight e6? That was played in the game. Wait a second. I have a game Yu Yang V, but another one. So she waits, but she will take on d6 probably and play g3. After knight e3, every game continued by bishop d6 and g3. So we have 5 games in the database. Let me see what is the score. Okay, black is actually doing rather well.
Daniel, I see the Chinese players are playing.
Yes, of course. Here you have it. But Daniel Friedman is a very strong German player. He defended this position very well. So he just put his bishop on f8, rook on e8, and knight on f6. That was the idea. What do you think?
Yeah.
Well, let's maybe show it. So after knight e3, knight e6, his idea was to exchange queens, to trade queens. Take.
So he took on d6,
yes,
bishop
g3,
d6, g3,
rook
rook
e8,
e8.
then rook e1,
yeah.
Bishop f8 first, of course. Yeah. Then h4 is a very natural move. Queen f6, knight g4, and queen g6. I think that was his idea. He wants to play this position without queens and to hold it. What do you think?
It should be holdable,
yes.
Of course, but in hands of comes good positional player. For example, I mentioned Mamedov. Let's say my list would be, of course, Magnus is always on the list, but let's say Magnus aside, Mamedov, Mickey Adams, they can pose, of course, former times Karpov and some others, but in current top Nakamura also, they can, because knights are on the board, and as you know, with knights, the game can be prolonged. With bishop is more exact. With knights is always slight.
I understand. Of course, you can play knight c7 here, but after knight e5, the problem is that you no longer can play f6.
Never kick the knight. Okay, of course, just placing the pieces won't be enough for a win. But then white will start to check what will you do on the queen side. 95, 93, I don't know. It's a draw, but it's impossible to analyze this because white can go in so many ways. So I think here it's important. You know how they say that you should practice this. I give you that position, and you play blitz, or you play against computer, just to check are your reactions good. If you're not making reactions, your reactions in the right way, maybe that position is not your cup of tea.
Maybe it doesn't suit your
Exactly.
style, or you don't feel it, of course.
It's not about analyzing and finding the right conclusion. It's more how do you react with black, because you will be under pressure.
Okay, one last info. Is there they're tied in their personal score, so each player won 4 classical games, though the last game was won by Alexandra Goryachkina in Shymkent, the Grand Prix, which deprived Tan of the first place. Nevertheless, Tan beat Alexandra Goryachkina in the candidates matches, and so she deprived her of the match for the title. So let's see how this game unfolds, and let's move maybe to another one.
Yeah, we can maybe go a little bit with the camera around the playing hall, that you could see how is the atmosphere. I saw in chat that people are praising how we can move the camera. Yes, our technician Etienne Mensch is providing us this experience, so you could see players focused. Some of them are walking.
Soon we will be doing better than in tennis and football. We are zooming right into the corner where the ball, is falling.
Yeah, now in football they have drones. Yeah, and in other sports as well. Yeah, you could see that players are focused, and players have boards available so they can follow other games as well, which is also sometimes interesting.
And a lot of sweet treats as well.
Yeah, exactly.
We're desperately trying to get a few of those during the breaks, but this is something which is frowned upon by the players. So maybe let's start with Kateryna Lagno and Elisabeth Paehtz, or maybe let's continue with this game.
Yeah, let's check.
What is the opening?
Is the situation? So it was d4, d5. Let's get the board.
I can see the knight is on h5, so that caught my attention immediately. Tell me, what is the opening?
So it was Queen's Gambit declined, knight c3, and this h6,
h6?
Yeah, which is popular. It was played by many top players. Bishop f4. The idea is to avoid bishop g5 line. And now came this c5, which is like top-notch theory. Knight h5, bishop d2. The point is, when black plays b6.
Top-notch theory. I have barely 3 games.
Yeah, but I think
a lot of games maybe were played on Bullet or Blitz, but I have very little games here. So Lei Tingji played this in 2024, so it might be actually the latest idea.
Yeah, I think I saw it maybe in different move order. The point is, if you play b6 after cb, black won't take with cb, because then you're entering some Slavic exchange variation. But
your
black
pawn is on b6, which is
but it's fine for black.
Necessary.
But it's not necessary. White is slightly better, but black will take towards the center AB, and this is something white doesn't want to do it. So b4 will be necessary, and now the point is that white can keep the chain intact because the rook is protected, and this is basically the point.
3 games only. So in that game, Lei played c5, and her Chinese opponent, Li Ruofan, a very experienced player herself, played bishop e7.
Okay, this, and then e3, and then always.
But wait, it's like knight h5 was already new. I think knight h5 is a novelty.
Knight h5.
This is what.
So c5, but c5 was played, no? Only 3 games.
Yes, c5 only 3 games, and after c5, yes, bishop b7 was played, so maybe knight h5 is a novelty already.
Yeah, but c5 can be played in so many
Mhm.
variations with a6, for example.
Yes, of course, you can
Instead
create
of
analogies.
a6,
Yes.
there is, for example, bishop f4, knight f6, I don't know, c5.
Yes, but your pawn is on a6 now, yes, so
So-
you cannot no longer take a b6.
AB.
Yes.
So that should be some kind of improvement. But if you play, yeah, that could be an improvement for black to have h6 instead of a6. So we are in this position. Okay, b6 is the
Is
move.
this the first line proposed by
Which
the
move?
computer or knight h5? Like,
No.
is it considered by
Okay,
the
it's
computer?
considered. It's considered. Now it's first line.
So we will see how far this home preparation will take Elisabeth. Knight h5, bishop d2, and she's still thinking. It's a bit surprising. Normally, yes, after knight, let's say knight h5 here, what was she was expecting?
Okay, also it's possible to play bishop.
Mhm.
And then knight somewhere, knight f3 or e4. There are so many lines. So maybe she was digging more into that direction, and then bishop d2 was played sort of instantly. Okay, not instantly, but so now she must play b6, I guess. I don't see any other counterplay. I don't believe that g5 and bishop g7 is a setup. So okay, you can start with knight c6, but always e4. I think b6 is necessary, and I guess that this should be fine for black. I don't know 100%, but okay, it's possible to play e3, but I don't see the difference. Better is to play b4 immediately. And now we are in this position, a5, a3. Let's say now it's possible to play c6 and then bishop e6.
Mhm.
I cannot play bishop e6 immediately because of b5. And not to gamble and end up in sting bishop, but now it's knight. It was famous Kasparov sting simultaneous display where the bishop was locked. So that's why I need to play c6 first, and now I know g3, e3. We have this known Slav defense, Queen's Gambit stuff. So she's hesitating about something.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So now I will reveal the score. Kateryna Lagno is leading by +6, and Elisabeth Paehtz has never won a classical game against Kateryna, even though she has stabilized a little bit during these recent years, so she made a lot of draws. So how would you approach this game? In what state of mind as black?
But I would maybe point out a different thing. Their prime is probably behind them. Okay, maybe Lagno, it's not clear, but Elisabeth, she was 25 something, I think. And in their prime, if they were playing game after game, then I think it would be really psychological pressure, because your opponent is on top, you're on top, and suddenly you cannot parry. But now I think when you feel and you sense that your prime and your best player of opponent is behind, I think even Lagno, although she's in a good move, that she also thinks that she cannot rely on statistics, because statistics was connected with some previous time. So I believe that those players now, they don't have this heavy burden and this I would say result pressure if they are in a bad situation, or that they are feeling super confident if they are in a positive score. So
you think they're just playing a game at a time?
I would say that more would be, for example, Bibisara against which young player we have. I don't know, let's say that, for example, Solakidu, and then they are fighting at their best, they are improving, and then there might be more affected by the result. But I think those players are so experienced that I don't think that they are even thinking about the previous results. I don't know, how about you? Let's say that now you play against some player who is also I don't know, not in the best part of career. Would you feel that pressure?
Well, somehow Well, I remember every game that I played, almost every game, and I am trying, of course, to take this as an opportunity to learn. You know, every game is a possibility to learn something new, but I am someone who is very emotional, so for me it's not easy to forget about those moments. So I just want to prove to myself that, you know, I am a better player. You know, it's maybe not even about the other players. That's I want to prove myself that I learned something.
Who
from
was
those
like your
moments.
main, I don't know, like career opponent, or maybe someone against whom you played many games?
Well, I haven't played many games, but I would say I would make maybe a more general statement that I was never doing very well against the Chinese players and the Chinese school. So I've played Chinese leagues, I've played against all of those wonderful players, and it was never easy.
Okay, maybe it's time to equalize the result. Who knows? Without the pressure, I guess you're enjoying the game. Sometimes I'm enjoying so much these days because this is the only part of the day where I'm separated from the mobile phone, because you can play like 5-6 hours and you don't have any I would say concerns regarding who is calling, messages. You don't want to I don't know, to Google and to search something. So I like sometimes to contemplate during the games. So it's like,
I'm not sure even if my
sanity.
kids are alive, you know, when I'm playing chess. So.
Okay.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So maybe while Elisabeth is thinking, let's move to Koneru Kosteniuk.
Okay, let's check that game.
I've told you that Alexandra was also not doing very well in classic games against Humpy, and Humpy won 6 games.
So it
Alexandra only won.
was triangle, which is inviting
For
this
the notable?
martial attack of this notable variation.
Maybe later, yes.
Yeah, e3, knight f6 was played, transposing to classical semi-Slav, and anti-Meran, queen c2, Meran bishop d3, so she opted for Meran, known from Topalov against Kramnik, Toilet Gate match, and some other, for example, Anand against Kramnik. It was in Germany, if I'm not mistaken, but Karpov was mainly playing queen c2, and then this Shirov-Shabalov attack with g4 was possible, also bishop d2, bishop e3. Gelfand was playing that a lot. Bishop d3 at some stage, players like Drev, yeah, he was a huge expert in that line, and he was playing so many stuff. Also, there was a famous game, Linares tournament, Garry Kasparov, last game he lost against Topalov and announced his retirement. But in that tournament, I think in like first part of the tournament, he scored a crashing victory against Kasimdzhanov with black in this semi-Slav in Meran, so you can check that game. It was exchange sacrifice, brave play by Kasimdzhanov, but anyway, Kasparov really crashed him beautifully. There was a famous joke that there is, I think even on YouTube you can find this video when Mickey Adams was analyzing with Kasparov. He got crushed in some Sicilian. It was Najdorf, bishop a8, rook b8, b4, and then Kasparov was fighting and attacking and won in like beautiful style. And there is a video. So Mickey suggests a move and Kasparov do mate. Then Mickey suggests something that Kasparov do winning a queen, do winning a rook. And then Adams said after the tournament, I don't know, to some friends, I really don't understand why this guy is retiring. What he has seen in the game, which combination, it was like really fabulous. I'm not on that level. Maybe you can find, guys, that analysis. I think it's available online. So bishop d3.
Alojzije, yes, we will get back to the position which is on the board, but I was a little bit ahead of you. Of course, I checked it in the database, and I think that this is how the modern preparation goes. Only 10 games after the move that Alexandra Kosteniuk played, queen a5, which is not even like in
Yeah,
the
they're
top 3.
playing bishop something or
Ex-
c5, I think.
Yes, they're
This-
playing c5 or bishop b7
or bishop
or bishop
e7.
b7, but queen f5 once again is a very rare move. So Alexandra made the choice to go for a line which Humpy might not know, or maybe an idea, combinations of ideas that she might not know. So she went queen a5.
I forgot one person, Vishanand. He played fantastic games with black. There was a spectacular win, fabulous win against Aronyan.
Yes.
Yeah, Ivan Kazan. Aronyan was playing also very well with white pieces. So those duels were really spectacular. Usually some e3 is a move at some stage. So after queen a5, castles.
Mhm.
Also it's possible to play b3, castles, and then
And now we are almost in an unknown territory, so like very few games. Probably I had to check the correspondence database, but what do you think? What is your feeling? Alexandra played already bishop a6?
yeah, she played bishop a6.
Mhm.
The point is here that it seems that, okay, the main headache is this light square bishop. And of course, it's very tempting to exchange it because it's restricted inside the chain.
You have
But-
to play c5.
Yeah, at some stage you play c5, and like previous knowledge and experience says that you solved your problems. But I would say that recent strategical theory, and especially with players like Magnus who are not unhappy with 0.20 advantage, got black players into problems because you play c5, but he arranged his pieces somehow, and you are still suffering. So I think that you need to equalize like, or to make an attempt to equalize like 2-3 times in this game, in this opening. So this is first time, first. And then it will be c5, and I think once again you will need to produce something on a high level to be able to equalize.
But can we try here bishop a6?
So b3 is one move.
No,
Very
actually-
natural, because when you play c5, I come out with a bishop, and that's natural.
But I wanted to take and play queen c2, first of
Queen
all.
c2, maybe even bishop
Yes,
d2 is fine, but okay.
I'm
please.
thinking about c5, just in case. First, I'm not allowing you to play c5. Or maybe you can play c5 anyway and then rook c8.
You can, but as I said, I don't believe that you're solving your problems. Bishop d2,
Mhm.
and if you take with the knight, you will be pinned. Rook
Then rook
c1
c1,
and something. So, but taking with the bishop, that's something, sometimes a system, but I think here that the pawn on b4 is weak.
But then maybe rook c8 first, but then you will play bishop d2 anyway.
Maybe she needs to play this way, now queen b5, something like this. Okay, maybe queen b5 is not necessary at the moment, if I can develop somehow. But a3 is coming, because sometimes a3 and then b4, b3, those are motives in Meran.
Mhm.
I wouldn't be happy with black. I don't know, that might be some kind of superb preparation, but I wouldn't be happy with
Would you be happy with white?
I would be.
Okay, so
Because as I said, even if I make some, like say, inaccuracy, I think still black needs to solve something. There was a famous joke, not famous, but in my studio, Vidit and Mendoza, they were, I was commentating European Club Cup, and I was joined by them after the games, and it was French defense, and it was drawn. The game was drawn, and then Vidit said, he was joking, and said, French opening is an opening where white needs to play inaccurate after black needs to play super accurate to make a draw. So it's same goes around here. So white might play inaccurate, but then black needs to play accurate.
that's
to
about right.
equalize.
Yes.
Yeah. While in some openings is Greenfield, white plays inaccurate, you are
This is
better.
it.
Queen's Indian, white plays inaccurate, you're immediately better. Here, yeah, that's Queen's Gambit. That's sometimes Slav defenses. It's not easy to come out of the opening.
But
Okay.
can we explore maybe another option that you mentioned? What if white plays b3? So we tried bishop b6.
Maybe transfer even the knight on c4 at
Yes,
some
or
stage.
maybe
That's an option.
b3. I was thinking bishop d3, or you should wait?
I think waiting
Yes,
is some bishop
b7.
e7, and now you have two options: either you place the bishop or you transfer immediately the knight.
Knight b2. I like this
Yeah.
transfer.
I don't know, you castle, let's say. I can play immediately to c4, or I can take.
But then, isn't it better to keep your bishop on d3 and
Probably it is.
then play knight
You
c4
move the
first?
queen, I guess, because this should be very bad. I guess. Maybe I'm wrong, but two bishops and bishop d2 with queen e2.
But maybe here you can play c5 and it's a completely different structure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Queen e2, and we have some kind of mess. Bishop
bishop
e2, yeah. So let's say that you move the queen, that you don't take, and we are in this position. I don't know. Bishop b2, and you play this c5. And are you equalizing here? Okay, the game still goes on. Magnus starts a game from this
for
position.
example, what would be your personal choice? Would you go for bishop a6, queen c2?
I would rather
or
play
b3?
this position.
b3, okay.
Yeah.
This is a more complex setup. Because when you take on a6, you trade a few pieces. Black will certainly play c5, but then you're dancing around one square, yes. But here you can play e4, e5 as well.
There are sometimes many options around. Yeah, but okay, still hard to say what we can conclude.
Look at their posture, Alojzije.
Yeah, let's maybe
Alexandra
check body language.
Humpy.
We might get some more info.
Right in front of us, it's like we're playing against them at the same time.
So this is the position.
Yes.
So she took on a6, which is viable alternative, but frankly speaking, this is also very promising for white. Queen c2, bishop d2, come to c1 with the rook.
By the way, Salem in one game played b3, bishop b7. He liked this way of playing, and he played e4 immediately. Also was an interesting option. You would love to play e4 in one move, so then, but here queen c2 or bishop d2, yes, are the options.
I was tempted.
That's what I wanted to say, that here you played b3, let's say bishop b7, and then e4 in one move. It's an interesting try, of course. So
usually on e4, black should react with e5, if that's not possible. I just wanted to add that, for example, in my career, I was tempted to play some, I don't know, let's say, sidelines. I don't know, b5, or for example, in Catalan, let's say, I don't know, or like this, castles, d takes, I don't know, b5, and it always lasted for one game. Long term, you need to play main lines. I was trying, but I was getting into slightly worse. I don't know, Queen's Gambit also. You have, for example, Queen's Gambit accepted. Then, I don't know, some lines with this b5 or something, or b6 stuff. I was always tempted to play, but long term, only main lines give you like equality and a normal position. So maybe Alexandra was tempted to go for it. It's sort of queen a5 sideline, but I'm not sure that she's not regretting it now.
Okay, let's see if she's a fighter. Yesterday, her opening was a very interesting one, but then we saw that she somehow misplayed it. And so she ended up in a very difficult position. Here from the start, she's playing with the black pieces. We have this classical education which tells you first you have to equalize, and then you can fight for more.
But I would like to praise her tremendous effort yesterday, because many players would I don't know, got confused, crushed. This e5 was a nice touch, the way how she handled later.
Frustrated.
Yes,
as well.
So that was really test of character and players' quality. So yeah, kudos to her for yesterday victory.
So what is our next game? What do you think? Because for the moment, Alexandra is Humpy is thinking.
Humpy is thinking, she's rechecking, but I would say that after 3-4 natural moves, Alexandra will be the one who will need to solve the problems. Let's check. So first game we were checking. Probably we'll end up in those things you were mentioning. Let's check other. Let's see how our current leaders are doing.
Yes, let's go to the game Khademalsharieh against Batkhuyag Munguntuul.
Have they played before?
They've played before, not many games, and actually Batkhuyag is leading, but by +1. So they haven't played so many classical games, a few rapid and blitz, and not that many games recently.
Okay, bishop f4 first, maybe.
That's the Slav we were talking about at the beginning.
First, to explain to viewers that the main thing is to postpone knight f3, because if you have Slav defense, for example, in this scenario, then it's a bit tougher to claim the advantage, because after e3 your opponent pins you. So that's first diversity. After d takes cd, cd, also the move order. I know knight c3, sometimes there are some lines with e5, knight f3, for example, I don't know, knight c6, bishop f4, there are queen b6 lines sometimes. So there are many sidelines, and white has a reason why she was playing this, bishop f4, knight f6, knight c3, bishop f5, knight f3, e6. Queen b3 or bishop b5. Bishop b5 is the main move. Basically, we are in one-paste position. There was a famous joke, I think I was telling this, when the guy loses from one person who just visited the chess club, but he's not chess player, so he was just copying the chess moves, and then he wins in a pawn's endgame because who was on the move is losing, and then say, "What's your rating?" He said, "No, I don't know how to play chess. You insisted that we play. I was just copying your moves." Yeah, so these symmetries cannot go forever. But at some stage,
maybe here is the main move, knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7 is the main move, but I think it's possible even to play bishop b4, and then there is this bishop c6 stopping the copy paste, and then queen b3 or castles. I think that was all played many times.
Yeah, there are 3 main moves, but knight d7 has been very popular, of course. Then bishop d6, which was played in the game, and bishop b4. After bishop b4, the structure is different, of course. So, but Sarah went for the same one after bishop d6, so she took on c6. Whether white can choose knight e5 also.
Not to allow this?
No, not here, but immediately here. Knight e5, yes. It's a very interesting try, because then probably you have to give your bishop, you have to play bishop b5, so you're playing with a pair of bishops. Bishop b5, and then castle.
Castle, rook c8, something.
Well, you can take on c6 or play bishop
maybe rook
g3.
c8 is also possible, I don't know.
So let's have a look how the game developed here. Bishop d6 was played, so Sarah decided to take on c6 immediately. Changing the pawn structure. Bishop d6, yes.
Bishop h5 has some logic behind, but white at some stage might think of getting rid of the bishop here.
This position is also relatively
It's
new.
interesting that she didn't play c5 here, because this is a moment. Later you cannot do it. So this is a moment, and it's interesting how many minutes she spent. I'm not sure. This after queen f3 she castled, but c5 is the move you want to make, because your backward pawn will be exchanged. But maybe there is some subtle move order now which creates problem. I don't know, c5 looks...
I like c5. I was just trying to understand. Okay, I have one game once again in the database. It's it's a new territory as well, but after bishop g4, h3, black couldn't keep the bishop and play bishop h5. Would you go for g4 there?
Not immediately.
Not necessarily.
Not
Then
immediately.
knight a4.
Some knight a4, rook c1, and then later, as I said, this would be like
But then you could have played knight a4 anyway.
yeah.
So then, just saying, so if black castles and not playing c5, because
No, but
here,
here black could have played. This is
no,
the way
here
how.
of course. But
how-
I mean, here after bishop g4, can I play knight a4 anyway?
Uh-huh.
So
Okay. You can.
of course you
Interesting.
should have seized
Can
this.
you check? So when were we on at the crossroad? So which move is a sideline or less played?
Bishop d6 is already quite a rare move, but then bishop c6, what Sarah tried, is not the main line. Very often you play knight e5 or bishop d6, then queen d6, and then you castle. You know, you don't
Okay,
take on c6.
okay. So
But I think that knight e5 is the main trine here.
okay, got it. So they are in an unknown territory.
So here you could have played knight a4,
Knight a4.
yes, avoiding c5. So let's see, h3. It's interesting because white gave you the possibility to play c5 anyway. So let's try c5. And what can we do here?
Frankly speaking, I don't see anything wrong.
So okay, let's take, play rook c1 maybe, and then if I don't,
Rook c1, I castle.
I would play it with the other rook, but
Okay.
just in case you're not checking me.
Okay.
And then maybe e4 here, but then
Yeah, if this is wrong, then a lot of things are wrong in
yes,
chess.
of
Yeah, with
course.
black, I wouldn't be worried. I don't know, I move my queen somewhere.
Yes, I just wanted to show that after d4 there was knight d5.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Okay,
Just in
that's a
case,
nice
yes.
nice
Mhm.
touch. Okay, I just
So-
move my queen, you take, I
Mhm.
take with the knight to exchange one pair of knights.
Yeah. This is...
Okay, it's possible, of course, to play, I don't know, a3 or what, but it shouldn't be.
Yes, you can play a3 before double on the d file, but I will play a5, of course, at some point. And
Okay, it's possible, but I would always get into this position if I'm playing Slav defense, exchange variation.
you have to be ready, yes,
Yeah.
to play this position, of course. So, but
I
he
don't know,
actually she didn't play c5, and she allowed
Because
knight a4.
this I wouldn't prefer, since you can go wrong in this kind of position. Rook c1, now everyone knows to play with this position with white, and with black you need to be creative to solve the problems.
Yes, because if you can play c5, you would eventually go for e5, and then this structure was like
Let's say
analyzed.
e5.
Yes.
Even if I don't take, the structure is unclear that you solve all the problems, for example. Let's say, but I can move the queen to d1. But let's say that I take,
Mhm.
also is better for white. Okay, let's put it this way. Maybe with some super precise play, it's not much, but this point is that it's much easier to play it with white. We all know, I don't know, Lechin's game, Rubinstein's game, how to squeeze now, but how to equalize with black, I don't know.
It's unpleasant.
Yeah.
Even though if you will be able to put the knight on e4,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
you're always concerned about how to protect your pawn on c6. And
Yeah, b3 will come and doubling the rooks,
Mhm.
and at some stage white will start maneuvering around. If we check body language, yeah, Sarah is happy. Situation on the clock is in her favor,
Mhm.
so we can maybe now take a break of commentating.
we need like another, because we still haven't seen Sarah Assaubayeva against Harika Dronavalli, at least like to finish our overview of the round. I know that we might have a few interviews, so along the way, Knight f6. Okay, the
Okay.
King's Gambit with like h6.
They're still far away from anything
Mhm.
concrete. Normal position. Isolating pawn.
So rook d1, well, one of the most important motives here, especially when you're playing with the isolated pawn, is to play d4, of course. Here it's not possible yet. Maybe you need to move your queen to b6. What do you think? Queen
Yeah,
b6,
queen b6
attacking on b2, and maybe preparing d4.
or queen b4 something.
Queen b4.
Yeah.
It's interesting as well, of course.
Yeah, how Aaron Nimchovich has said that isolated pawn is a dangerous criminal who needs to be locked, not allowing him to move. So the point is to lock the pawn, not allowing him to exchange. So in that direction is sometimes knight e2 and some queen f4. Slightly better for white.
But Bibisara is playing her second game with the white pieces, and well, you noticed, of course, that this is completely different from her previous white games, where she had a very unusual structure, especially yesterday. So here it's a more classical one.
I agree, and stable. But Harika is also playing that type of chess, so. This is super classical. We can imagine here many different players. We all got into this kind of position. So, as you mentioned, it's very, very normal. Do we have an interview yet? Or?
Yes, soon. Yes, they will tell us. Maybe let's show the standings from the Grand Prix to remind our viewers, of course, that 6 tournaments are played in this series, and only 2 players which will qualify for the candidates tournaments for their best overall result.
We can see metal detectors on the left, right?
Oh, I've witnessed today how players are scanned, and this is not even a NASA laboratory. This scans are done with every possible technological instrument here. So 6 women's Grand Prix tournaments, 20 players shall compete.
Yeah, so 20 players, 3 out of 6 tournaments will be played after Monaco's. This one, 10 players round robin. I think this is more than enough, 9 rounds. And only 2 players will qualify for the FIDE women's candidates. Probably one of the most interesting tournaments besides World Championship match. We all like to follow candidates tournament, but it's really tough to qualify, since if you take a look of players participating, it looks really scary to be and tough to be in the top 2.
So here is the overview of the tournaments which are going to be organized. Monaco is the 3rd stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix Series, followed by a tournament in Cyprus in 1 month already, then by a tournament in India in April, and the finale in Austria.
Yeah, and today we have Austrian Chess Federation President Michael Stottinger. He was making a first move, so Austria will organize the final lap. It's quite interesting in terms of countries. We have Europe, Asia, very diversified locations.
Who is your favorite, Alojzije?
That will win the tournament?
Yes.
Okay, it's really hard to say.
It's because we haven't seen Lei
Exactly.
play.
Actually, she was my favorite maybe before the complete series, because I was following her together. We were following her in candidates in Monaco 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, she was really tough opponent, with white pushing with black. She's ready to risk, but also she can play solid. But of course, others are super good.
And if you would pick a player from the younger generation who is doing well?
Okay, also tough question. But I think that Vaishali can be. Okay, she only has played one tournament yet, but I think she's improving steadily, and she will be a tough opponent in future.
And here are the standings.
Yeah, and forgot about Zulakidu.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe in this series she won't be the one qualifying, but in next few years she will probably be very close to.
Okay, new game?
You prefer a new game?
As you like. I mean, I don't.
Yes, so not live, recorded.
Oh, bad light.
Quite live. Yeah, let's do a new game. Fresh and also less thinking from the
You can play
beginning.
something very simple like e4, e5, and so on, and it looks like very.
There were many intense battles across all 5 boards in the 3rd round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix today in Monaco. Alexandra Kosteniuk and Alexandra Goryachkina were both the only 2 to win the games against Zhongyi and Bibisara Assaubayeva respectively. Today's results really shook up the scoreboard, as now the leaders are plenty and no one is a clear favorite anymore. The other games ended in draws, and importantly, Harika Dronavalli drew her game against Kateryna Lagno, finally putting her on the scoreboard. With 6 games left to go, the tournament is open for anyone to take the throne. Watch the FIDE broadcast to not miss any of the action.
Okay, we got some nice statistics and nice info, which will make your following easier. So regarding top rating list, okay, Huifan, she's not active as before, but still she plays some tournaments. I think last year she played in, or 2 years ago she played in this Global Chess League and maybe some other matches, but June world champion is first seed. Of course, we shouldn't forget Judith Polgar, but June and Tan Zhongyi, they are sharing the second place, I would say first active place, with the same rating, challenger and world champion, which is interesting fact. Then Lei Tingji, as I was mentioning her, she can be possibly a new champion of the world. Goryachkina, very close. Humpy, Zagnice, and some players who are around 25 plus. Haven't seen Shuvalova for a while. Kashlinskaya, we mentioned that she won this first Grand Prix in Tbilisi. And yeah, it's interesting race. I think in like a year, a lot of things will change, Almira. I don't know. Are you sharing that opinion that, for example, top 10 might see some new faces?
Well, I certainly hope so. First of all, what I wanted to say, Etienne, can you bring maybe this top 15 back for a second? Because one major fact, especially recently, is that Maria Muzyczuk is no longer over 2,500. You know, she's been a stable player for many, many years, and only recently, you know, she crossed this mark. And so Anna Muzyczuk, who was always over 2,500 and 2,550, let's say she's closer to the 2,500 mark. Kateryna Lagno lost a lot of rating, but what I've seen is that the younger generation is still not there, and how difficult it is, first of all, to reach this 2,500 rating, and especially to keep it. For the most stable players are, of course, the Chinese players. And so Huifan, Jun, Tan Zhongyi, Lei Tingji, they've been very consistent in their performances and play. And Alexandra Goryachkina also lost a few rating points. And as you can remember, she was over 2,600 at some time. So it will be interesting for me to see when this younger generation will climb to the top. For the moment, it's not the case, because all those confirmed players are still keeping their leading positions.
Yeah, we are commentating classical chess. This is classical tournament, classical rating. But these days there are some players who are performing very well in rapid and blitz. But it's not easy to collect all those ratings, make an average. But in classical chess, we still somehow respect it the most. And as you mentioned, young generation is still not there on very top.
This is, I think, how we measure wisdom, so classical chess rating. Let's hope that those young players, so Akidu Stavrula, Vaishali Rameshbabu, Divyas Dimukh, and others will cross this 2,500 symbolic, mark and go towards 2,600.
Yeah, in rapid, maybe, in blitz, you can still, I would say, somehow, by big practice, by being sharp, you can make this serious step forward. While in classical, it's, as you mentioned, the right word, and perfectly that, it's true wisdom. You have wisdom is choosing the openings, wisdom in avoiding your opponent's preparation, style, and so that wisdom, it's connected with experience. And I think that's why in classical chess, those players are still keeping their positions, because it's a process. It's not just like in blitz, is sometimes just temporary shape, having an eye for tactics, having huge practice over internet and so on. But you cannot buy experience for classical chess.
This tournament is one of those, by the way. So I've just seen the move King F8 on the board. Alojzije, I am a bit surprised.
Okay, let's try to dig.
It's not,
let's get the camera. Let's see the faces
you
as well.
See King F8 in
see
such
the
structures.
Faces. Let's try to realize what's going on. Okay.
She wants to play d4, yes,
exactly.
and the queen has to be protected.
Exactly. So the point is to play d4, because let's say that I play e3, now d4, ed. In case the queen was not protected, knight d4 or rook d4 won't be possible. So black would need to take on e2, when knight e2 might make black's life harder, and especially after knight d4 or rook d4.
You
if
don't
we can
have bishop
imagine,
h7.
So this is the point. Now discovered attack would decide the issue. So this is the point behind King f8, and I think we should praise and put an emphasis on this move and those kind of moves a little bit more, because it shows thinking out of the box. Maybe also, I would say, like a huge classical background. So kudos to Harika.
I love this move. When I saw it on the board, I tried first of all to understand what's going on and what are the ideas. Then everything became crystal clear, and I just think that it's a beautiful move. Can you avoid the d4 push after King f8?
Just sorry for it. One thing before going to the moves. Our principles teaches us that in the opening and in the middle game, the king is not an active piece. So you need to hide your king. You need to keep it secure. Only in endgames, you could start walking with the king towards the center. But the point is that thinking out of the box. So sometimes out of 9 out of 10 principles are correct, but the point is to learn and to have this experience, and maybe to be open-minded to realize now is the moment to break the principle. So chess is not like a game of memorization of just principles. It's a game of creation as well, to be creative. And that you can only do if you know the principles and you are open-minded to break it. So big kudos. So
I have a small story, Alojzije. I just remembered while we were saying it. It's like I was playing my first super tournament, the Yuga Metal, and I was black against my Chibornidze at that time, and I was playing my idol, and so at some point I had to make this move, King f8. I couldn't even castle, and every journalist just said that this was horrible, what was the concept behind this idea, and that was like amateur play. And somehow I managed to make a draw, the black pieces, and because I believed, in this in my decision. So king f8, here it is.
It reminded you. It reminded reminiscent of that
Yes,
that moment.
of that moment. So you can still, you see that I can still remember those games. But can you stop d4 now with
Yeah,
white?
probably some bishop b5 stops d4. I guess, maybe I'm wrong. d4, if I take... hang on, you can take. I'm not stopping it.
Can I take on c3
No,
maybe?
if you take...
Yes.
you can. But
Oh,
okay, this
yes.
structure is... okay, bishop f3, or I take, I don't know.
Take on
Bishop
b2.
b2, queen b2.
Mhm.
It's slightly better for white, but probably not more, and then b6.
And knight d7, knight c5 if
Yeah,
I will have
yeah.
time.
But maybe even
this
waiting
maneuver.
later. Maybe even some g6, rook e8, queen e5, just to get the queen out. Okay, slightly better for white, but still, even if I drop one of the pawns, it won't be easy for white to win on the one wing. Interesting. And Bibisara is thinking, so bishop b5 is most likely the response. Do you see anything else, Almira? Knight b5, is it working? No, probably.
No, knight b5, maybe you can still play
d4, so I'm not stopping it.
Yes, maybe we can show just a second so our viewers know before. If king is not on f8, let's say any other move, a6, to illustrate bishop h7. So if you... No, not a6, d4 here. Yes, so d4. So we take, then you take on e2.
Yeah,
yes,
that's this tactic.
because, yes, we didn't show it. So now, of course, the king on g8 allows bishop h7. So we cannot avoid it. So if you play a3, let's say we can go for d4 anyway. So knight b5 or knight after king f8, then knight b5. Here d4 doesn't work for white because we can simply take. Yes?
Yeah, take, but then rook comes to second rank.
But let's see.
Take, king takes, rook c7, you
Rook
need to come
d7,
back, maybe rook c1.
And rook d8.
Okay, bishop f5, I guess.
Oh no, bishop
b5.
Oh, bishop
so
b5. No.
So maybe king d8
King
to kick the rook. Okay, this should be... Okay, bishop is better, of course, but it's not easy to target those pawns. It should be holdable, normal position for black. White is slightly better, but it's not easy to prove advantage. Okay, let's check maybe other games. So let's go one by one. Has something changed in Goryachkina game? So queen f6, yes, everything was played as you mentioned, Almira.
I know my players.
Yeah. a4.
I think it's very important to trade queens. I love this idea because especially if white allows you to play f6 and king f7, then I think that black is fine.
I was never like a big expert in those positions. I would never like create much with white, but there are some players who are really capable to squeeze here water out of stone. Yeah.
Alexandra decided to switch to the queen side and
okay, now the question is either
Mm-hmm.
a6 or a5. Those two moves.
But both are possible. Yes, a6, so you wait for
a5, the idea is if you push, I'm creating a passer. Maybe, and also I can target. Knight c7, sorry, knight c7. d5 was hanging, so knight c7.
b6?
b6, okay, this one is hanging, so I can maybe jump somewhere. Yeah, this is complicated. The pawn can be dropped, but this one is a weakness.
This is exactly how you play for a win with black, by the way. You're waiting for this moment when things are getting a bit chaotic, especially out of this opening. The position was completely symmetrical, and suddenly you get a passer, and then
but
the
she
knights
didn't
are jumping.
Go for it. I saw that she just played knight c7, which is also a normal move. You're stopping b5. I guess you're stopping b5 because as knight b. Yeah, you're stopping it. Knight d5. I cannot play. Yeah, you're stopping it. So I need to do something.
But
Rook b1 or something.
Yes, you cannot play rook b2 there. Can you
Okay,
play
rook
rook
b2. Yeah,
Yes, I
you
don't
can
know.
play. Okay, now again a6. And we will end up in this position. Frankly speaking, nothing should be wrong for black. Because black has normal position. But still white has some space advantage.
I like a6 here.
Yeah.
Knight c7 and a6, preventing white from playing b5.
Okay, then white will try to build an outpost maybe.
Can you go maybe here knight e1, knight d3, knight c5? That was my idea.
Yeah, you can. She can think about doubling over the e5.
But white has to be careful here as well because
Rook sacrifice.
yes, rook sacrifice on e3. Yes, I wanted to show you.
Maybe at the moment it's not working
Yes.
because b7 is hanging, but in case b7 is protected.
Maybe, yes, it's an interesting idea. Can you play b6 and wait? For example, b6, knight d3, and now knight rook e3.
This is just winning. But there is a crazy move.
Well,
Coming
yes,
into
about this
behind the lines. Okay. Hard to say, but the game will
yes,
take
there's
this course.
ideas
Rook
in the
b2
air, of course.
will, I think, be played. What else to do? You don't want to push a5 thoroughly. Because on a5, a6, then I don't believe that you are making a serious progress. She played rook b2, as you mentioned. This is the best move.
And e6. Yes.
a6 is most likely the response. I would be surprised if anything else than a6 happens.
Okay, and what's the situation on the clock? Compared to yesterday, you know, they have a lot of time. Because how many moves have been played already?
23.
23
Yeah.
moves. Zhongyi still has more than 1 hour on the clock. And Alexandra Goryachkina is also in her comfort zone. So this round has a completely different character.
a6 will be played, and then white is the one who needs to find a follow-up. Maybe we can move.
Yes, to another
Check
game.
how is Koneru against Kosteniuk.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened? Queen b3.
She played queen b3 and queen b5 was Alexandra's reply. But why queen b3?
Don't know. As I said, a3, b4 is sometimes a move in this position. And it can be tricky.
Well, queen b3, was it attacking on b4?
Queen
Not
b5
really.
played, and now she went for rook c1, and Alexandra is thinking.
Can you castle?
Castle, probably rook c4,
A5.
a5, let's say, but also knight b6 is sometimes an idea, because after knight b6, a b6, if you take on b4, you have this queen b3 stuff, maybe knight d5, and it's just winning.
c5 is not winning?
Maybe even c5, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Maybe even c5.
Maybe you can't.
Taken bishop a3, I can hide. Maybe rook a4 also. No, this is not in white's favor.
But even a5, I think.
a5, I think it's normal. Rook c1, rook. Okay, this can be tricky if you need to defend.
Now you can. Yes,
c2 and something and b3. This is not something you want to do.
So maybe knight b6 here, yes, after rook c4.
Okay, you can start with rook c2. But is this changing? Because now I can knight c5.
Knight c5. Rook c2, rook c8.
Rook c1, but then I cannot place my queen on c2, which is not, I don't know, knight e4, for example, bishop e1,
e5.
a5.
Oh, this position looks okay for black.
Yeah, c5 will happen. Yeah.
And
I
once again, a lot of time for Humpy and Alexandra. So almost an hour for Humpy. Alexandra is down to 45 minutes, but they're still pretty much in the opening phase. Because
Okay,
now if Alexandra will castle,
I don't know if she considering knight b6 immediately, but then again knight c5, so I don't see anything besides c5 should always be weak. I don't know, queen c4 even or something.
maybe you
c1.
can even sacrifice bishop b4 as it works.
Yeah,
Or maybe not.
and maybe even check first.
Oh, I have. Yes, check first.
And
Then
then-
bishop b4.
Yeah. Castle is the move.
Okay, let's move on. Yes, to another game.
Let's see how Elisabeth is
Oh,
doing.
yes, this is the game I actually wanted
Okay,
to
so she played
for
e5, which is a reasonable move.
e5 and g6.
So what is...
She wants to develop the bishop on g7, as you said, but she tried to open the position immediately.
Huge mess. Okay, now, as we all know, when we have opposite castles, this will happen soon, then you need to push.
course,
b5, a5, whatever, immediately.
And the thing is that the queen on b3 is not ideally placed, you know. Maybe she can even start pushing the pawns immediately.
You know,
Yes.
a5 would be
A5.
my, or
But
b5.
a5,
Maybe
a4,
b5 because
maybe
if you push e4, then I have d5 to restrict you a little more. So maybe b5 would be my choice.
But can you prepare it if you play knight g7? So just in case I wanted to play knight e6, so e4, d4, and then knight e6.
Okay, that's also viable.
Let's play
Alternative.
knight f3. What will you do here? And maybe b5 here, or knight e6.
Yeah, or knight e6 first.
Mhm.
I'm not sure that knight f3 is the move. Or maybe, I don't know, something like, but knight f3, knight
Knight
e6,
e6.
because I'm stuck now. I can go h4, but you start rolling
yes,
on the other wing. Okay, this is a mess.
Yeah.
Because sometimes there are stuff like this. So maybe a5 is better.
Knight d5 here.
Yeah. And then I take on b5, take on the b5, take on d5.
Ah, but then maybe knight e6 is
No,
not
knight e6 is fine, but maybe you should
accurate.
start with a5.
a5 first.
To have this joker, always this
So if you
a4.
play a4 and fix the structure,
Knight
how
e6,
do you
knight
continue?
b4.
Knight e6, knight b4.
I wouldn't let the knight coming on b4, because then when bishop comes to a5, if it comes at some stage, but it's a mess.
But it's a nice mess.
Yeah,
And
I like
Elisabeth is a messy player. Even if she was playing solidly for the first 3 rounds, I think that she's a player which has a very interesting dynamic potential. You know, so she normally likes those positions. She is doing well.
So, what do we
So
have?
if not knight g7, but the thing is, I always think that we should improve our pieces before we start an attack, because she's not developed, and consolidate the center maybe. Knight
Okay,
g7,
that's
knight
wise.
c6, yes, right.
Yeah.
Maybe you can start with b5, but then your knight on h5 is completely out of play.
I like this. Yeah, you're right. I'm pretty sure you're right. A6 played 91, as we expected in Goryachkina. Castle in Kosteniuk against Koneru. Let's check what do we have in Harika. bishop b5 played by Bibisara. Let's check Sara against Batkhuyag.
Today is another day, we are on fire.
Yeah, this is position which is
So she went for a5.
Yeah,
yes.
plus equal at least, and usually playing for two results. So
Mhm.
probably it's best to push a5, but after b3 to take and push a4. a4, b4,
And then a3.
a3. This is maximum what you can get with black. At least some counterplay. Maybe white can avoid something. Knight c5 was maybe premature, because I don't think that even c5 is solving all the problems for example, rook d1. Will black play f5? Maybe she must. a5 will be played or not. What do you think, Almira? Is it a moment that we have a short break and then we
Yes.
can come back?
Yes, we've covered all the games already, of course, and just we will go on short commercial break because, of course, we have a lot of sponsors for this event, and especially our general sponsor Paehtz, and we have a very interesting video prepared for you about digital art exhibition.
There were many intense battles.
you got inspired by some positions?
Yes,
Even in a break you were
on the break,
analyzing.
I was analyzing. I apologize. Welcome back to our studio. We are live from Novotel Monte Carlo, and today is the fourth round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Monaco.
Yeah, I think after today's round we will have not a clear picture, but we might know more about who are the main contenders for the first places, which brings you points for the final standings in this very interesting event. Let's go to the games. Let's see what's going on. We can start maybe with Sarasadat against Batkhuyag. It seems to me that White has a risk-free advantage.
Let's bring the board, yes, on the screen, so our viewers, yes, will know what we are talking about. No, yes, this is
Sara, I think, can be very happy with the outcome. There is one clear weakness, but from Goryachkina and others we know that it's not possible to win only by one weakness of your opponent, but it's a really good start. Since then you can build pressure on another part of the board, and the point is that your opponent needs to stay defending his or her weakness, and then you are more, I would say, like flexible. You can transfer your pieces easier than her. Almira, what do you think? How serious and how unpleasant is this? Of course, Angels gives decent plus, but in terms of human point of view, what do you think? How tough is this position to play with black?
It is very unpleasant, especially when I take into consideration the position of the rook on b6. You know, if the rook would have been on e6 and you could transfer it to g6 while successfully defending the pawn on c6, then I would be more optimistic. But there is no way that you can activate this rook.
Yeah,
it is stuck on b6.
You have a really good eye for this positional strategical part of the game. You're completely right. If the rook was on e6, then activity would happen much easier. And
it would be easier to create some counterplay, dynamic play. By the way, Sarah played queen d2. Be careful, rook d5. Yes, is the threat. Yeah. So you need to protect your rook on c8.
Cheapo, but it's not the main idea. His idea is to kick the queen, because now if queen protects the rook,
then maybe queen
then
d4.
Queen d4 or something, queen c3, and suddenly White is dominating over the file. The game can, let's say, take this kind of route, and now black needs to wait. We can maybe be, let's say, this position can happen. And now is the question, how will White succeed in creating even more pressure? g3, king g2 can happen at some stage. Queen will go to d4, but black will wait.
And Sarah has 1 hour left on her clock, so it shows that she's feeling very confident in this position. It's very easy for her to play.
Yeah, you need to be ready also to reply on a4 b5 plan. So let's say if you wait on a4, okay, then you move, then you switch to other file. So yeah, black will just wait, and now it's White's role to find something.
Yes, maybe if you play rook a5, queen d3, you can always play rook a8. Yes, and this is it.
Yeah. So maybe I played h4 or something. Who knows? Maybe that was not necessary. Maybe here in this position, even if you allow h4, maybe this is wrong for black. So it's much better to stay flexible, let's say, like this, and then trying to play g4. I think at some stage, maybe not immediately, but I think this is much better concept. So this g4 is the only way to create something on the king side, because on the queen side, as you mentioned, you will move from a to c file, but black will also be doing the same.
But what's important also to say about those positions, especially when you defend them with black, is how comfortable is the player playing with the black pieces with those type of structures, and is she comfortable with just waiting? For example, Sergei Karyakin would defend this position and not even feel that he's worse.
I recall I was analyzing with Grandmaster, my colleagues, Denko Kozul. He was former European champion in 2006, and we were analyzing some crazy Greenfield, and everything is hanging on the board, Boris Avruk's line, and then at some stage there are so many active moves, and there is the best move in position, and instead of all active moves, the best move is King G8 back. And then Kozul said, you need to be Petrosian to realize that this is the best move. So some players, as you mentioned, for them, it's not hard to stay put, to wait, but for many players, something deep in your mind wants to do something, wants to be active, because waiting is also ego problem, because you're showing that your opponent has open hands. Yeah, but you're right. This is typical. White has one weakness, but creating other weakness on the second other part of the board is crucial to be able to win. But of course, White is playing only on 2 results, so it's a very pleasant situation.
You might go for e4, especially if you can take with the rook, but needs to be prepared, because if you play rook e1, then of course black will reply rook e8.
Okay, so we made some fast moves. Some players are still in this position. I don't know if it's possible to improve, but I don't see anything for black besides the position we just ended up.
So queen e6.
Queen e6, queen d4, and now to wait. g6.
So time will show.
Yeah.
Maybe let's move to another game. We left the game between Kateryna Lagno and Elisabeth Paehtz in a very interesting position, but it has been developing very slowly. Only one move was made here.
Bishop e7. It's a bit strange because you have developed piece and it's staying on a normal spot. And suddenly you're playing bishop e7. What do you think? What's the point behind that maneuver?
She wants to play knight d7, knight c5. But how are we countering e4? Maybe.
She wants to play e4, d4, c5, I guess. So this is the point, to be able to play c5 after some move. Okay, I don't know, knight e2, whatever, and then to play c5. So she's getting ready to e4, which allows maybe this move, but after castle, I don't see that white will be in time to take this one. I guess not.
Okay. You will have bishop g5 check and then take on c3, I think. Yes. So.
Yeah.
So
I forgot that I'm pinned. So after bishop e6, I cannot take on c3. But now with this way I can. Huge mess. So e4 will be played or not, they are really long time.
But I think knight f3 is called for. You need to develop another piece.
Knight f3, knight d7, and e4, e6, something like that will happen. Maybe we should move to other games before coming back to this
36 minutes for Kateryna and 36 minutes for Elisabeth.
And in Assaubayeva against the Dronavalli Harika, we got into this position precisely one we mentioned. So after king f2, which was a great attempt, bishop b5 happened, d4 takes, bishop f3, changing pair of rooks, and rook b8, and b6 will follow. White is better, but also you need to be very skillful in creating something.
Minimal advantage.
Yeah, but it's an advantage.
Should use Anyway, you will play b6, so maybe I can start with a4 or queen d4, b6 anyway. So a4, yes, and then maybe bishop e2, bishop a6, but still. Bibisara is thinking, but she knows that she will have to work hard if she wants to win this game.
Yeah.
So Bibisara is one of the players who is wearing an IM title, so she needs her last Grandmaster norm. 6 out of 9, of course, is necessary to accomplish that. Would you start with a4? Or?
Yeah. Because I don't believe that I can do something on the king side. Sometimes later transfer on b3 is an option.
No, why I want to start with a4 because if you don't start with b6, let's say you would play knight d7, then I will go, a5. That's what I. So if you play b6, maybe I will play a6. I don't know if it will be sufficient.
Okay, it's something. It's something, but then every rook's exchange.
Yes, knight c5.
Okay, this is the way how to move on. How about Goryachkina against Zhongyi? What has happened here?
She brought the knight to b3.
So yeah, that was we were planning to put it on d3. So a6 was played or not?
Yes, a6 was played. Knight e1.
Knight d3.
So she decided to defend.
So why knight b3? What is the point
Rook
behind? Is she afraid of b6 or not?
No, but she needs to make a move here.
Usually knight is good on d6. But maybe she can do it. Maybe she can knight e8, knight d6, but so knight b3.
You can play knight e8, then let's say what move can we make? Let's say knight e8, knight c5 back. Knight g6.
Yeah, we can just go.
No, wait. If knight e8, I can push b5.
You see how our voice is losing enthusiasm when we are getting it up. Really, like stuck 10 games. But when there is some match, suddenly we start raising our voice, calculating, giving some emotions. It's really not easy to bring something here. Knight e8, knight d6, knight c5, coming back, moving back and forth.
So where is the fire on board?
I don't know.
I
Maybe
think
we should
Kateryna, Lagno and
keep it. Maybe we should skip this game for a
Elisabeth
while.
Paehtz. But we haven't seen another one. Which was this?
No, we
Alexandra.
covered
No,
except this
Alexandra.
one.
Yes.
So we left around
Humpy
here.
Koneru against
So
Alexandra.
she went for this rook c4 and then knight b6.
Yes.
Very good by Kosteniuk. So she spotted that it's important to exchange this knight, and she took with a pawn, and she spotted these tactics that bishop b4 is bad. Because
They were having exactly the same posture before Alexandra left the board, but she knows that her position is fine.
So c5 here is not winning because there is this closing the file, and then queen b3, ab, and white has survived. But after rook a4, I forced a3, and then after a3, c5. There is no longer available square on a3, and that's just winning for black. So here maybe 95 is necessary, but it's obvious that you don't want to be stuck. 95 is also a good move because, as we mentioned here, I take
B5,
b5, b4, and this one. You need to calm down to protect the rook, but anyway, your bishop is locked, so all the tactics are in black's favor. So after AB, she played rook c1, and now Alexandra is right on time to push c5. I don't claim that she's better.
Maybe to lead to massive simplifications. Yes, I think that white has to play a3 here, just to get rid of this weak pawn.
Yeah, a3 is the move. You jump with the knight, I guess, to e4.
Bishop b1.
Bishop e1, knight d6.
Yeah, knight d6.
So she must
so I
take
need
on
to
c5.
take, yes.
I take on d2. You take on d2.
And Humpy went for a3.
Let's say this position. Okay, still the game can go on. Of course, dream position would be now that white plays b3 and knight c4, but I think this will never happen. Okay.
But this can get unpleasant. Who knows?
Yeah.
Rook c7.
Okay, this one is also a target.
Yes.
Bishop f6 is
Bishop
something. So if rook c7, bishop f6.
I stay knight e4.
Yeah. Bishop. If I go bishop e5, you can go
maybe
to c5.
Rook
Okay.
c5.
I don't want to do it. So maybe bishop f6 is.
But you still have queen b8. Is it winning or?
Maybe I can start with rook d8.
Yes, rook d8 first. And then bishop f6. Yes, it's.
And it's interesting. It's like back rank mutual tactics. So who will exploit the back rank motive first?
But should we play g3, h3?
But hang on, let's see, is there a more practical way? So she went c5, a3 was played. Let's try to think. I cannot take. You're threatening to take on b4. So I need to jump, I guess, knight e4. What else? So I jump bishop knight e4, and you take on c5, not on knight e1. You take on c5. I cannot take knight c5. I cannot take.
I had another idea, Alojzije. So you took on c5, but what if we go for the structure with ab4?
When?
I don't want to take on c5, but I want to take on b4 after a3. So knight e4. I don't want to just go back here.
You want to take.
Yes, I want to go for the structure and keep the pawn on b4. I think that's Humpy's idea.
But then knight d6, c4.
So you don't take. Okay,
so knight d6, and then c4. This maybe you can, but c4 is coming. Maybe anyway. Or I can maybe repeat even, because if you, okay, it's possible.
So let's try knight d6, rook c3, yes, and then?
Knight e4, I will go back.
Can you play c4 here? Or it's...
It's a bit worse version, because queen comes to c2, and then if you take, I can maybe start pushing some b3 or something, but it's a mess.
Yes, maybe knight d5, yes, and b3 is also possible. So what do you think? Because I think that d takes c5 like leads to those simplifications I was mentioning, but maybe ab4 leads to a very complicated
I would say that in both lines, black needs to be careful a bit. Not the white. So
a3, knight e4, I would try 8x before. Because first of all, you need to find this two-move sequence, knight d6 and c4, and to be sure that it works. Let's say knight d6, rook c3, then knight e4, knight c3.
Yeah, knight d6 is the move you want to make, and if I go back, you go down.
Yes.
Okay, you're not threatening to take. Maybe I can improve my position, I don't know. But you can move away. Okay, white is pushing a bit.
So let's say you take on b4. How is
No,
this?
this one.
Yes.
I think
How
this
is this?
one,
You see, I think
95.
that this is a much better position for white.
So I think I should postpone it as much as I can.
So for the moment I cannot. So now you threaten c takes d4 actually. Okay, what can I do? I have to take on c5.
Okay, this is not so clear. Knight comes to d3.
So maybe this is the way to play.
Not an easy decision for black. But first let's check what will happen. So here, after a3, I don't see anything else beside knight e4. Do you see any other alternative?
There are not many of them, because you're threatening to take on b4.
Not many alternatives.
No.
Knight e4 is the move. And she's calculating. Alexandra knows what to do there. Is it a moment that now we again go to... Yeah, we'll have now this situation where many players will think as there are crucial moments. For example, here we got in Sarasadat, we got in the position we mentioned. Basically here we are also...
So she played b6, but...
slightly better for white, but not much.
So that started with queen b5, she provoked b6, and then she played queen a6.
Here, as we mentioned, they're just moving back and forth. This game will get less for long. Now, Kosteniuk, she needs to think about knight e4. Do we need to touch this game, analysis of this game a little bit more, or... Yeah, but g6, king g7 will happen.
By the way, I understand Sarah's idea. She wants to bring the rook. No, not Sarah. Sorry, it was you moved to
Bibisara. Okay.
She wants to play something rook d3, rook a3. Yes, and you cannot play rook a8. So and for the moment you cannot play rook d8 because I will win the pawn.
Okay, if I go g6, you mentioned rook d3.
You need to protect your pawn. How are you going to do this? It was a very subtle maneuver. Queen b5, queen a6. I took away the c8 square.
But I don't believe that you can take it. King g7, you go rook a3. I put rook on the I cannot penetrate over the d5. Okay, let's say that I put queen b4. You take. I play the rook. It can be very tricky. Since you are allowing now activation, queen e1. I don't believe that.
Yes, but we have to give up this pawn. And activate your pieces.
Yeah, I agree.
It's important to realize that there is no way, first of all, to defend it, and then that you have to give it up and to find some active play.
Okay, she can start with g6 for me is the main move, but maybe she can start with queen c7 with the point if you
rook g3,
rook d3 that I go rook c8, rook a3, queen c1, king h2, now rook c7 I can play. Is this an improvement?
Yes,
I don't know. Rook d3, g6.
No. If you can bring the rook on c7, you are fine. This is the perfect setup. You need to have the rook on c7. If you can bring the knight on c5 is even better. So it doesn't work.
Hang on.
I thought that
they are repeating the moves. Let's go full screen. Queen c7, queen a3, queen a7. Let's go full screen. I think they are repeating the moves. If we can combine it with the board, I think we might have a perpetual threefold repetition.
And it would be a good operation for Harika, another
King
draw.
f8, but Bibisara suffered a loss yesterday, tough loss. She was playing tough games first round. She was very close to lose a game. Second round was complicated. So she burned some energy. Maybe that's not a bad idea.
Sometimes you repeat moves
So let's
and you wait for your opponent if he repeats moves or not, you know. So I'm not sure that Bibisara
so this is once.
yes wants
Check,
to make a draw
check.
immediately.
Twice.
So this is a second
Yeah.
repetition.
Yeah. Yeah, because in those situations you start thinking things besides position on the board. Result, previous rounds, future rounds, maybe your family, your friends, coach, what will they think, and so on and so on, and suddenly some factors. And from my experience, more you think, more I would say you are getting
Influenced
by those factors, and you're closer to making a draw, unless you wake up and say, I want to fight. You know, angel and a devil you have, and they will say, make a draw, or to risk sometimes.
I saw that Bibisara glanced on the clock. She's hesitating a bit for the moment.
Frankly speaking, it's really hard to create something here. What would be like a good thing for her would be that this is some kind of time travel or a blitz game, and then you just play. But when more info you get and your opponent will have more time, you realize how dry it is. But it's a nice psychological moment, since this is a draw offer, basically. We haven't touched those rules regarding draw offers. If I'm not mistaken, players are not allowed. Or?
Yes, they cannot agree unless the arbiter validates, you know, that there's been a 3-4-fold repetition, and only then they can sign the score sheet. Because if they agree on a draw, especially before the move starts, then both, and I think it happened already, both players could be forfeited. It happened
in Club Cup, I think.
Club Cup, yes, Club Cup, yes.
Badelka, and who was second?
Yes, you're absolutely
Not
right.
Shuvalova or
That
someone,
came
no?
as a shock for me.
Maybe Shuvalova or something.
No. It's they were repeating a very sharp line, and yes, only later that day we found out that both players have been forfeited. So you have to be careful.
Yeah. Okay. So she's thinking, probably for her fans, people following this broadcast from Kazakhstan, they're curious to have this moment, but we have many other games as well. Maybe we can just stay with the camera, but to have a broad view. Yeah, broad view. Just to see where is Harika and the situation a little bit with the bigger picture.
Harika is looking at the game that, you know, is very interesting. Let's bring the board. By the way, we can analyze the game between Kateryna Lagno and Elisabeth Paehtz. Harika is trying to understand what was the opening.
Yeah, this angle is maybe good. Maybe a little bit right to catch, if Harika sits, to catch a little bit more Bibisara against Harika when it happens.
And we can put the board in the middle?
In the middle, yeah. I think this angle is quite a good one. Maybe a little bit right we should go, but in general it's very good.
Our technical director is a magician, so we're going to...
When you mentioned, suddenly it's stuck.
Yes, everything is not working.
Don't mention it. Don't mention it, Mensch at the end. No, I'm joking. He's doing a great job. It's not easy to cover all those details regarding the position. I will check what's going on in others. Kosteniuk played 94 and Koneru is now thinking, while in Munguntuul, okay, they are moving back and forth, not much has happened. In Goryachkina against Tan, Zhongyi, she transferred her knight to d6. This is known from this Carver structure. Kramnik is specialist in the expert in those structures, and he was always doing this knight d6 transfer. And you mentioned that it's time to check what's Elisabeth Paehtz doing against Kateryna Lagno.
Okay. This is way out of the book, knight a6. It allows bishop a6. What do you think? Of course, you work on the b file. But
It wouldn't be my first candidate, but yeah, Engine is so happy about
Engine
it.
is happy about this.
Excited, but it wouldn't be my first candidate. Only in case that I see that knights, it's not like that I want to get the advantage, but more like if it's not attacking, if it's defensive move to stop knight c5 or knight b4.
Etienne, can we have
Hang on, we have a move.
or not?
We have a move in Bibisara, queen a3 played. Now maybe it's time that we switch the camera, because I think to front view, because I think we will have a handshake. So let's go full screen with the camera to Bibisara against Harika, and to see the players, because I think we will have a handshake. We can go full screen. We will have a handshake very quickly. Now queen a6 is or is there any other possibility? I was thinking that she decided to make the threefold repetition, but she's still hesitating for a second. But
No, but trade queens doesn't make any sense. It
Okay.
just brings the king closer, and you can play knight d7, knight c5 then. So
yeah, and queen c3 also, it's actually not the move. Queen was better on a6 than on c3. So I'm pretty sure now that she will call it a day. If you have pairings of the next round, we can also take this into consideration. So she knows, of course, that
let me
her
check.
opponent tomorrow is important because she's black.
So round 5. Last round before the FIDE, Bibisara is playing against Elisabeth Paehtz. Yes, and you have the next round pairings in front of you.
Thanks, Almira, and thanks, Etienne. Yeah, okay, so she has normal pairings. Elisabeth, on a good day, can be a really tough opponent, but in terms of rating, she's not first seed or something. So, normal game tomorrow.
Yes, and
She's
she
writing
has to,
it will be a draw.
To ask the arbiter
Yeah.
to verify the threefold repetition, and that's the ritual in modern chess, because you can no longer agree on
I
a
think
draw
it was a
before the
bit
move
easier to
30.
play queen a6 immediately and then to have threefold repetition than to claim it, but I'm making this move and it will be a threefold repetition because Harika was obviously there for a draw, but anyway, because now they need to clarify. Okay.
So it's a good result with the black pieces, but Bibisara is stabilizing her event as well. She suffered a painful defeat yesterday. And that's her third event, by the way. She needs to score a few points if she wants to stay in the race. For the moment, she's leading the Grand Prix standings, but some players played only one event, for example, like Alexandra Goryachkina, and some players haven't even played, like Zhongyi, and those are very strong contenders for the first place in the series.
Yeah, I think Harika stabilized her tournament, and I would love to have a board back once again to point out this King F8, the move of a game. So in this position, she was thinking out of the box, non-standard way, and this King F8 actually was the move which secured her an easy draw. So sometimes we are so impressed by some nice tactical shots, but this move is really
immediately attracted my attention.
Yeah, kudos to Harika. Yeah, big move. So King F8 was a very good move, avoiding all the tactics, and now this D4, this dangerous criminal of Aaron Nimzovic was not locked, and D4 came as an equalizer when white is only symbolically better. So King F8 was a very strong move by Harika. Probably it's possible to play differently, but King F8 made a point. Let's check other games. Let's see.
No, go there. I saw a move. I don't know what is going on in this game because I just saw E6 and well, I couldn't stop staring. So we have to understand how this game unfolds. I don't understand anything. Like knight A6, E6. What is happening, Alojzije?
Yes, sometimes players make a move, and first you need to grasp the logics behind. So let's try to dig it together. So after bishop e6, is queen b7 some idea? Probably not, because knight c5 is coming.
But then
maybe it's something, but this looks really dangerous playing with fire. So I don't believe that queen b7 is the idea.
Maybe she wants to combine it, yes, with knight d4.
This might be an idea, and let's say if I move, what is a follow-up? I'm not sure. Really, Almira?
Oh, we have so much going on here. No, actually, here I had an idea. You have to strike in the center. So, like I like the bishop a6. I'm not sure if it's valid, but bishop knight d4, bishop d7, and maybe e4.
Black has two bishops opening the position. Doesn't feel right. But okay, I don't know, rook b8 or c5. Let's start with something. Maybe rook b8 is useful, that later I have a tempo.
Rook b8, I only have queen c2 and then c5.
And
oh no, this looks very dangerous.
Now white needs to come back and start coming back, which is not hard to say, really. What is the point of the move? Is there any way? Because bishop a6 was a stable option, and now playing something like queen c2, knight d4, or maybe even
wait.
Knight d4 immediately.
Alojzije, I had some vision. Maybe you can take on e6. Take. No, you wanted to play knight d4 and queen c2, but it doesn't work. No.
From like normal way of thinking, queen b7 is the point, because you sacrifice one pawn and you collected two. But then queen f8, king f8, and maybe she was overestimating this position. Okay, this can be an idea. Of course, the engine is screaming that black
is better here.
Black is winning, -2.
No. Oh, it's like for me, it's a surprise.
Yeah, for human, it's it's unclear position.
No, but the thing is, of course, you have to be careful. Your queen doesn't have many squares. So the only square is b5, so let's play a6.
Yeah, this is the trick. And rook c8
that's
is
how
coming,
you operate.
and
So now rook c8 is a threat, and you're winning the queen.
yeah, but this
we can
is
agree, yes.
super hard. Is
And she didn't take on
yeah.
a6?
Now we have this mutual energy sending situations. Then when your opponent plays an active, confidential move, immediately you target counterattack. And knight c5 was played, but this is not the best move, but it's understandable.
Yes, but the whole point was to soften the g6 pawn. So now if you can take on f7 with the tempo and play queen c2.
This will be played, and bishop f6. I think this is the point, or maybe not bishop f6.
White is fine here, no? Or even better. Because then we can play e4.
Okay, that's why let's move away from the but you can play anyway, I guess. I don't see what will she do after. I don't believe that something.
No, king f7.
King f7 will be played, queen c2, and if I go a bishop f5, you push e4.
I don't know.
Okay, this was maybe
can I?
Elisabeth's concept. She was calculating this bishop f5, and then e4 is necessary. e4, knight
e4,
e4, knight e4.
What if bishop e4?
Bishop e4, and then some move. Okay, she was counting on this, which looks promising, but there is a cure for that, which is not obvious to spot.
Knight
and
e5.
then white is pushing, protecting. I was attacking twice. g4, maybe a rook e1, or other one, I don't know.
No, this is a much better position for white.
But that was actually, she got confused about. King f7 was played. Not yet.
Not yet.
She's thinking.
A very creative approach in the opening for both players, of course, but knight c5 was an inaccuracy then.
King f8. Maybe a good try. Because now
she wants to play bishop f5.
Yeah,
but
queen c2, bishop f5, e4, I take, you take, I take.
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3, I take. There is no knight e5 check. I know queen d6. And it might be complicated.
Okay.
Bishop c3 or what?
No, rook e1.
Rook e1, bishop f6.
One bishop f6.
I will be a pawn up with black.
You're absolutely right to remind me about that, because I forgot, yes, that
If I take on f7, I'm pawn up, but you cannot take on g6 because of nice trick. But of course, it's a total mess.
So let's see if Elisabeth will play bishop f5 immediately, or she's still taking her time. But let's say this is not a symmetrical catch.
Bishop f5 played, yeah, I love it.
So we will focus on this game.
e4 will be played instantly, because all other moves are just dropping the queen.
$26 Oh, but look, we forgot to mention that Elisabeth is down to her 15 minutes. She's already in the time trouble. This is the key factor here.
Okay, now she maybe calculates d takes e4.
It's also possible.
It's very possible.
Can you bishop h6 check? No?
She
Or-
took with the pawn.
Yes, but bishop h6 you're not losing, or it's not
Okay, I'm
enough.
getting so much material.
Yes.
I take. If you take,
Take.
I take.
But
And
the
then some
moment
bishop
later-
g5 is coming. I think this is knight d3, whatever. I
Yes,
think
this
that's
this
brilliant.
position is,
Actually, this is brilliant
beautiful.
sacrifice.
But what else can you do here? You don't have knight h4. Knight
There is
g3
only
a threat.
winning move for white g4, which is so tough to spot. And now knight e4. Complete mess. But we like those messy positions.
Well, especially when it's not ours.
Yeah,
I would be really worried
we
here
like
with
messy
white. Yes.
position and Messi. By the way, Messi scored a goal yesterday. It was -18.
Oh,
Football game was played in US. He's playing for Inter Miami. And one big chess fan is playing, Dan is playing for that opposite club, Kansas City. So he likes chess. He follows all the tournaments. So greetings to Dan. He's probably following the chat as well and the video. So yeah, Messi scored a goal. -18 was temperature at the field.
in Fahrenheit?
No,
No, no.
Celsius.
Ah, Celsius.
-17 or -18. And
But-
actually, this Kansas is close to St. Louis.
Yes, I'm not even sure if it can get to -18 Fahrenheit. It should be really very cold.
Yeah, so G4 is the move. Messy positions.
Let me check. What is this? I'm just
G4, we are waiting, but this is so hard to find. Guys, I won't be surprised that G4 won't be played because it's tough to grasp all the logic. So kudos to Elisabeth to creating this mess. Also for Lagno from the beginning.
Yes, it's actually -27, and it's not even getting close to the weather conditions that we had in the Grand Prix, which I played in Khademalsharieh, by the way. Last round I played against Harika. When we arrived to the city at 4 o'clock in the morning, it was -35. And we were all watching the games from the World Championship match like nothing is going on. So G4 is a stunning move in this position, and if Kateryna Lagno finds it, she's winning.
But this is very, very tough. I think it's almost impossible to see because knight d3 is also an option.
Okay, but then what happens? Bishop d3.
ED.
Then
And then
Queen
a4,
protecting the
and then
b4.
b5. How you can grasp all those logics? And then queen b3, bishop g5, 4, and suddenly knight e5 decides because you provoke a weakness or pawn push.
But it's a beautiful line.
It's a fantastic
So
line.
knight g6.
But
of
okay,
course,
knight
is a
g6 is
threat.
also winning. But in case this was not provoked, now bishop f5 would be better for black. But now knight c6 decides. I think it's sort of impossible to grasp all the logics here, but it's possible to play the move if you're not sure, but you make it since you're playing by the feeling.
But let's say g4 is highly complicated. Bishop h6 is losing.
Yes.
So maybe we have another human move, something like bishop e3, and
Bishop
then knight d2.
E3, you're right, but then I take on f3.
Okay.
Rook D, Rook D,
Mhm.
Queen nowhere, right? Queen nowhere,
Bishop c5, maybe, no? But then this simply bishop c2, and we are winning. Yes, I don't have enough. Yes, I forgot that I gave up my rook. So no, I can play knight e4, give another piece.
Yes, you can. You're right, Almira. But
so I forgot to count. How many pieces.
Play this way.
No. This is Dinglering.
Maybe.
Queen c3 now and then.
Queen c3, king f7, I need to play, I guess, the only move.
And what is the evaluation of this position?
As always, equal. Very simple drawish position. This one now is a threat. If you take G takes,
No,
then
no, no,
take
no, no.
bishop
I
F.
can't believe that this position is not better for
And now
black.
G4 comes, knight F6, the main line, bishop C, Queen C, B5 only move, logical move, right?
Yes, but bishop c4, yes, is a threat. So.
Bishop H3 is the main move.
No, 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 no.
And
no.
now it's a draw.
Well, I'm pretty sure.
Perpetual. Easy perpetual to find.
I'm pretty sure that if they enter in this line, that black will be on the top.
But the problem is that you evaluate level of the moves played in previous position, and only because of one super subtle way, Engine was saying that this was not good what was played by Elisabeth, but actually it's like superb play because she's ready to sacrifice the queen. She's in 9 out of 10 lines she's winning.
Yes.
So I think this is like a superb effort, but Engine says that it's bad.
No, because at the beginning we couldn't understand why Kateryna didn't take on a6. Then we had to understand why Elisabeth didn't take on e6. But actually Elisabeth was counting on this
line. So we cannot actually criticize her choice. If she wins this game, it can be a beautified game. Because it's from like move number 5, original play, in unknown territory. So I'm really respecting the effort. Bravo.
Yes, we have to remind our audience that there will be a beauty prize for the most beautiful game played in this tournament and awarded by our sponsors. Finally, we have the bird's eye view. Thank you, Etienne.
Yeah, multi-screen mosaic view. I love it. Okay, if it's possible, maybe one board even we don't need, but it's more or less the same. Yeah, because we have
one result.
Yeah, you mentioned that the clock, the watch will be a beauty prize gift.
Yes, the Cartier watch. I think a unique feature in this tournament and in the series.
Very nice gift by the sponsor. Only problem with that gift is, you know which one?
No.
You cannot wear it according to the rules in all tournaments. Because watches are not allowed somewhere. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about this, of course. I haven't been wearing one for a while, but yes, you're absolutely right, because players, if you don't know, players are not allowed to bring pens, wear watches. A few incidents have taken place where players been sanctioned just for forgetting their earphones. So nothing of the sort can be brought to the playing hall. You're still allowed to have a bag, but that's it.
I would now switch to Humpy against Alexandra, and maybe also in single camera view, because we are heading towards massive liquidation.
So they went for the line that we were analyzing.
So, okay, it was slightly different around here. Instead of taking on before you mentioned, the game took DC5 course, 92.
No, but we analyzed this.
Yeah, BC4, 94, and now what have?
No, we actually tried BC5, AB4.
And now AB. I think AB was the important step. She played 94, but then Alexandra played very good move. So she took on, she played rook b8, and after knight c5, she took b3, and queen b5 played, rook b5, b takes a3, And now maybe rook c8 immediately kills the game, threatening the piece, exchanges, go down. You need to go down, and that's about it. So I think we will have a very quick liquidation, total liquidation, since they are in this position. So she's calculated rook c8, which is the easiest move. Maybe some others are fine as well, but if you're black and you are suffering, you want to go to complete liquidation. Maybe we should have a full screen view with the camera so you will see better what will happen, because I don't believe that analysis is needed any longer. Rook c8 will be played and she's rechecking it.
Maybe we should show why rook a3 is not possible. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
If you go rook, it's
Maybe
possible,
it's
but
possible.
then you're leaving two rooks and you need to defend a little bit more passive. Oh, g6.
Alexandra goes for g6.
She was not
But g6 is a good move.
Okay, but I wouldn't leave two rooks, but never mind. Okay. It's also dead draw.
Because if you play e4, then you take rook c5 and liquidate everything. To draw an endgame, of course. But then what you were saying, white can still play knight e4 here, then bishop a3, and rook c7.
Yeah,
Like,
and then
I mean, you have to bring
g4, maybe trying something. Of course, it's nothing.
the rook on c1 is saying it, so you have to play rook d1 first, but then I have some time to play rook b7. Maybe.
Okay, we have a draw, bishop takes,
Mhm.
or rook takes, whatever. So that's about it. Wiener Schnitzel joke was a nice start for the round, but now the game is also finishing in a nice mood.
Yes, it's steering to a draw, and Humpy has to make g3, yes? Or
g3, complete symmetry, and now they will just move rooks to make a threefold. Oh no, okay.
h5, h4 is going to be played.
h4, and now rook b4, rook a5, rook start to...
No, king g7.
King go back, king g7. You're a professional, you know how to make a draw with threefold repetition. King g2, king g8.
No, I'm improving my king. And now you move your rooks.
Now king g8.
No, rook b4.
How they have these subliminal messages now start. I want to make a draw, I want to make a draw. You? Me either, yeah.
King f6.
King f3. King f3, no? She doesn't want to allow e5. She will play rook c7. But anyway. She's thinking rook c7, I guess she will play. Or king f3. Everything works, but never mind.
Rook b5.
Okay, now the mechanism starts. But you need to be careful not to blunder the rook.
Which happened in many blitz games, you know, when you pre-move, of course. So the draw is going to be agreed. Which move is this? Do they need to call the arbiter?
Yeah, some smiles before the game and after the game. They're not sure that's why I would also make it like 5-4 times just to be sure. And from my score sheet, I would never know, am I correct? Because I'm not writing so nicely.
Okay, so we have another draw. It has been a peaceful round so far, but we have one crazy game. Oh my god, I think that Kateryna played g4.
Let's run there.
Yes,
Let's check what has
let's have a
happened.
look at that
But
game.
g4. Okay, you also want to fight against. So let's get a board. Let's get a camera of that game. So g4 was fantastic move.
Fantastic
Kudos to
find.
Kateryna. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really hard to find that type of move, bishop g4. But now she went for knight e5, which is also logical attempt. Bishop d1, I guess, will be played. Knight g7, king takes, check, 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 king somewhere, rook takes, and we will end up in this position. Black is a pawn up, but white is pushing, although I don't believe that this is so dangerous. It seems to me that black can somehow mobilize.
I was hoping for, for long castle, but the king has moved already. By the way, Alojzije, it might be a very important factor. Yes.
Let's just
when we evaluate
recheck.
this
So
position.
we are in this position. Knight e5 was played. Now they're getting into severe time trouble. Okay, not yet, but in few moves.
Can we play bishop f5 here?
It's possible.
Because I thought that if bishop h6 doesn't work here, so does it there, like in the previous position?
Yeah, bishop f5 now, but then some rook g1 is come. But bishop f5 is a tough choice. Bishop d1 is also not an easy decision. You don't want to part with your bishop because your whole concept was made with the point to pin the queen. So bishop d1 is not an easy move, but it's also quite reasonable because it's like forcing.
Players are in the severe time trouble because it's only the move 17th, and Elisabeth is left with 11 minutes, and Kateryna Lagno has only 15 minutes on the clock, so still so many moves till the time control, and every move
She
will
took
be
on
responsible.
d1, yeah,
So
which is a normal decision since you calculate and you realize that you will be a pawn up. Okay, your king is maybe weak, but you cleared up your position.
But maybe she thought that was the only move.
Yeah.
Bishop d1, so knight g6.
Knight g6, king f7 will be played.
We are entering the sequence.
Yes. King g7.
Can you play king g7?
I don't believe that. It's too subtle.
But what is the difference? So knight
there is
h8
no
is
check.
no check. Okay, so then
So king g7 is super.
Queen d1 then.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. Take a look of this, Almira. King g7.
Yes.
Queen d1, and now obvious move, which is easy to find, easy to spot. Crazy. Really crazy. I'm not sure I ever seen this move.
Pay attention.
So queen d2 and queen d2, bishop g5, and okay, it's a mess. And if you take king d2, then of course rook d1, maybe even that one to run away from. But this is easy to spot. Fabulous. If I don't know how this game ends up, maybe even if it ends up in a draw, for sure this game is in contest for a beauty prize.
If the most beautiful game is going to be a draw, can we have 2 watches? Can you ask our sponsor, because I think it's an important moment?
No, I disagree, Carson and Punovici.
No, but look how creative Elisabeth and Kateryna are.
King g7 played. Really?
I think she's so queen g2, this is unbelievable.
But this is really crazy.
Do you have any other move but queen d1, because you need to take on d1 attacking the knight?
Yeah, okay, you want to take with the queen because If you take with the knight, okay, you can take with the knight.
So we just
exactly.
wanted to see if we have
Yeah.
another option.
She can take, but the point is here, by playing queen d1, you're targeting the knight.
But if knight
Rook
d1,
g1 and then takes, and if
Mhm.
you go bishop g5, h4, I guess is the... She took with queen. And now the
Okay,
moment.
let's
I'm not
see.
breathing. I'm not breathing. I don't know about you. I'm not breathing.
But 10 minutes but how is the valuation after queen d2?
But okay, also bishop g5, slightly better for white.
Slightly better.
Bishop
for white.
g5 is also possible. I'm not breathing.
10 minutes to find the move queen g2, then to survive the time control and to continue.
And our dear Charlize, I would be happy if she asked them later about this moment. If queen d2 won't happen.
This is why we love this game.
Maybe we can go with the camera full
Yes.
screen because we are expecting that move. I would like to have a little bit different angle so we could see a little bit Elisabeth. Is she calculating this queen d2 crazy stuff? Okay, this one is... Okay, bishop g5 is a viable alternative and the normal way, probably the simplest way, but queen d2 is...
By the way, Alojzije, just to lower the pressure, you can see that Elisabeth is wearing our new sweatshirts from the Cercle d'Échecs de Monte Carlo. You can see it on her chair. So those are brand new, and we are going to wear them during the European Club Cup, of course, and during the French Team Championship.
Yeah, a lot of people are having those t-shirts in the chair. I'm not breathing. Queen d2. Almira, you're a poker person, expert. How big are the chances now for queen d2?
I think that Elisabeth, she has such a sharp tactical eye, so she, of course, sees it. I'm not sure if she's like courageous enough at this point because she only has like 9 minutes left.
I'm trying to check where is she looking, and it seems to me that she's looking at the 8th rank and then 2nd rank, so there is some connection. But so many tough moves. She played king f8, she played now king g7, this bishop f5, knight c5, so she actually deserves to find queen d2, but also the way how Lagno Kateryna played, she also deserves to move on with this game in some complicated matters.
So let's analyze queen d2.
Queen
It's a
d2,
straight
we
line,
mentioned
yes,
that
yes.
king is just
Yes,
wins
this is
because
losing.
I take, okay, we can stop to c2, but I take on d1 and you're dropping this one. Okay, you can take a time on time and I'm collecting everything. And I will stay with the exchange up. So you need to take
with
the queen
bishop
and
g5.
bishop g5, and there is no f move because you're not changing anything.
So then you're taking on h8.
Yeah.
Here, what do you think?
And then I take on d2. King d2, I take on h8, and you protect the pawn.
Bishop c4, let's say.
Yeah. And we are in this position.
Okay, rook g1 is... do we need to play knight f6?
Yeah, knight f4 maybe, but this is tough to play. But that's the move.
Because rook g1, rook g8, yes, so that's right.
Yeah, but how am I getting rid of this pawn? Okay, I'm threatening b5, so maybe some a3 is the move. Okay, I have an option. I can maybe transfer my knight, but then knight e4 is hanging. But okay, I'm doing this with the tempo. No. So she played something else. Let's check. e3 was played, which is also an interesting move. If you take with the bishop, I'm exchanging the queens. If you take with the f pawn, I'm taking the knight,
check.
rook g1, bishop g5. I think this is the concept. If you take immediately, I give check, bishop g5,
h4.
h4.
But now you can't take on g5 because the bishop, like the pawn is on e3. So the difference is e3, f takes c3.
I don't see a difference. I don't see a difference. So why was...
You can play knight e6, you can always protect on g5. And you don't have f4 also.
So let's see why this check, bishop g5, h4. Okay, no, same position. Why e3 was important. Okay, important is when I lose the bishop, then rook is ready to
take on g5.
So I'm just curious, bishop g5, why she was afraid of that. Let's calculate that line.
By the way, she took the knight on g6.
But anyway, bishop g5 leads to the same position. She could have gone for it, but she opted for e3, takes
take on g6,
rook g1, and now bishop
g5 is the only move, no?
Yeah, will be played, I guess, but then you're losing a piece. So if I'm losing the piece anyway. Bishop g5, because I'm dropping the knight, I can decide which one to lose, either knight or the bishop.
It's a pity. I think that queen d2 was within her reach, but
bishop g5 was also good. But the problem is, we mentioned this, Almira, a few times during this broadcast, that energy consumption is quite hard when you're playing those type of games, because you're out of the book, you're creating something, and it's not easy to keep the level in each move.
Yeah, then you're spending your time differently.
Exactly.
That's why you're in severe time trouble on this, the move 17. So h4 was played. So what is she going to do here?
Okay, she will be an exchange up. At the moment, she is rook up. But it's interesting that this might not be enough.
Can we play something like queen e7?
Yeah.
Let's
it's
try.
a good move. If she takes
take e4.
e4.
What can we do here?
Knight e6 maybe, or rook d8. I can start with rook d8 and rook d2. You want to be happy,
rook
with
d8 is a
allowing
very
this.
good move.
So this might happen. Queen e7.
How about the other games? Do we have?
Let's check. So we have Goryachkina against Tan. I would be surprised that White gets a game here, but it's possible. White is slightly better. Munguntuul is lost. She actually...
What happened?
It was actually as we predicted, but she couldn't wait, it seems to me. She rearranged her pieces. Yeah.
She lost the pawn on h4.
So g6 was necessary, but here already might be dubious.
No, because you're losing something.
So yeah, a6 was maybe good enough. The rook c7 was a start of her own plan. So
Sarah, she made the prophylactic move a3.
And then rook c7 was a6 was necessary,
and queen e6.
Sometimes, as I said in pawn's endgame, they say that you should immediately run with your king to the worst situation, and then you can start moving your pawns. And if you are lost, you're lost, because by being active, is just an illusion. Yeah, now it's not that she has two weaknesses. Now she has.
No, the thing is, like, of course, we need to point out that after queen a5, rook d5 is the threat, so you cannot play g6. Then, like you.
Yeah, X-raying the rook in both. Okay, I can take, but I can take also here, and take on c7. But now she's just a healthy pawn down, and she arranged her pieces a little bit better, but being a pawn down.
Okay, so let's get back to our
and just one more. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
that's it.
H4, and Elisabeth is thinking. We can go with the camera there.
Yes, maybe full screen, because this is a very important moment. She has only 2.5 minutes left.
Very tough situation. You need really to be skillful.
But you need to parry e4, so queen e7 and rook d8 or knight e6 is the only way. What do you think? Queen e7?
Queen e7 is the move you want to make. Or other moves are.
But what she will, what Elisabeth can do after?
So she went for knight f6.
There should be two, I wanted to ask, and that's why actually she went for knight f6. Take.
Okay, this is a reasonable move. Takes, bishop, queen c2, king f7, check, king e7, but now queen f5, I think, does the job. And it's really tough to defend. It will be really tough to defend.
As I told you, we were not taking the personal results into account, but being +6 against, especially in Kateryna's case, with the white pieces, gives her a very big boost of confidence. So she's a very dangerous player herself, winner of the previous Grand Prix series. So she.
Can you check? I think you have it in Wikipedia as well. Career high. So career high of Lagno and career high. You just put the name. You want to go to FIDE? Okay. Yes, Wikipedia immediately say it, but it's up to you. You can do it. So to check their highest rating, peak, because I think that Lagno, okay, she was close to 2600, but she
was always a very consistent and stable player.
Yeah, my point was that Elisabeth dropped more rating in terms of career high.
So Kateryna 2560. Yes, she was always stable, right about 2560, 2563.
Yeah, my point was regarding this result. That the problem is that it's not that they were both like behind their prime, and then okay, then this result might not be so important. But the problem is for Elisabeth that she dropped in terms of rating a lot.
Kateryna, I also wanted to mention, had such a high career rating in Blitz because she was winning World Blitz Championships a few times. So 2643 is her peak rating in Blitz. So Elisabeth was close to 2500 for sure. So let me check. Yes. So here we are.
No, she was
2513.
Yeah. So let's say that she dropped 100 rating points.
And
close to 100.
in Blitz 2574 is also her
So my
peak rating is.
Yeah, so she dropped like 90 rating points, while Kateryna 40, 50, 40 maybe, 45. So in terms of that, I think there is also difference in strength maybe at the moment, not just
But the thing is
personal
that for Kateryna, it happened also only recently. You know, she was performing very well through like over the years, and suddenly last year was not going well for her, and she dropped to 25-15. So I was a bit surprised myself not to see her at 25-50. But for kids, you know.
Yeah. So
what
what
is
is white up to? So queen c2 is the move you want to make, of course, in combination with h takes g5. So this is one way. Second way would be just to do it immediately. But both moves are connected with the same plan. You want to kick the king, take the pawn, come out with the bishop, with the tempo, and then penetrate to f5. So this is the plan. Is there any idea besides that plan? I don't see it yet.
So she should start by taking on g5?
Or it's the
give it
same.
check,
It's the
yes.
same. Queen c2, you must take, and then she can think about queen f5, but basically bishop c4 you want to make. King needs to hide, and queen f5 threatening queen s6, and threatening the knight.
Queen d6? Can you
Queen d6 you can protect
Yes.
both. And now probably some e4
Oh, e4 here.
might be the try, and then bishop g5.
And bishop g5.
But maybe there are some other options. Although it's not so easy for white to navigate through all those lines. So
Well, after
this
queen
is the
d6,
reason.
black is not losing.
Yeah, so this is the
yes.
reason why after knight f6 of Elisabeth that Kateryna is thinking. I would love to share you some insights from other games, but at the moment they are not so adventurous. We have like they're moving back and forth, and
This is going to
be a draw. And here, hang on, a blunder. Okay, let's have a camera of Sarasadat against Batkhuyag. What has happened here? So h5. So she was just a pawn up. h5 was premature. Now I have a déjà vu that I was thinking, watching some similar game. And then h5 was pushed early. Rook h6. Okay.
And now she spoke that she could play queen e4 after
Rook c5 and queen e4, and suddenly black is having a counterplay, which is connected. If you go rook c1, I start to penetrate, yeah? So hang on, let me try to grasp. So around here, okay, h5 was maybe not bad initially, but still, yeah, so g3 was...
h5 takes away the possibility of
rook g6, so she wanted to stop that.
But at the same time, you need the square, maybe.
Is this really a tournament of Munguntuul? That everything goes her way, huh?
Well, we'll see. She is a fighter. But she has only 2 minutes left. Maybe Sarah was counting on the time trouble, you know, and played one reckless move.
Yeah, so queen g4 would be much better because you cannot penetrate over e5 and e4, and if you take queen e5, okay, queen c8 and taking on c6 was an option. While here after queen g5 takes, and queen e4. Yeah, suddenly there is a mess. So retreating the rook, what else to do? Rook c1, and then we mentioned queen d3. Counter-attacking. Okay, I can maybe return the queen.
With queen a3.
Queen a3, I was thinking check.
Check, yes. King h7, take on c6.
Probably, you have queen f1. I cannot take on b4 because of... Maybe I can, even this is really hard to convert. 4 on 3, king will come to h6.
No, but I think it's better.
There is no need for that.
You can give the check on b1.
Maybe even this one.
No. Alojzije, I think take on b4.
Okay.
Take on b4. Take queen b1. And then queen f5.
Queen f5 and
yes.
king h6. Probably enough for a draw.
Well, you still have g4.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know. Maybe this is still a draw.
No, but
because
then this one is better, and then queen e5, and it's just a dead draw. I'm taking with the check. So, from desperate position, Batkhuyag has ended to a very decent one.
By the way, while we were looking at the top 20 and comparing the ratings, I think that for the first time that Zhu Wenjun, which is the reigning world champion, and Tan Zhongyi, the challenger, they have exactly the same rating. Yeah. Yes, it's 2561, and they're born at the same year. So let's see. And Tang, she is born at the same day. She shares the birthday with Gukesh, I think. So maybe this is going to be her. Who knows? The match is scheduled in April in China, and we will know who is going to be the new world champion in 2025.
Lagno is playing the best setup with bishop c4
let's bring the board,
and queen f5, which will follow. King e7 will be played, and then queen f5. And queen d6, you mentioned, Almira, correctly. You pointed out that it's not losing for black, and when you are not losing immediately in time of trouble, it can be a good sign.
So 7 minutes.
King e7,
Kateryna,
queen will come to f5.
Elisabeth doesn't look happy though. You can see that she knows that she has to go through fire.
But this is a memorable game, and it will be a memorable game in her career, because I believe that she was calculating a lot. She spotted so many maybe hidden resources. We were actually not touching it. And original play from the beginning, tough chess. So energy burning chess, but anyway.
But so did Kateryna,
they
played a very interesting opening.
Yeah, she played this g4, she found a spectacular defense. And, in my career, I was actually unhappy with some losses, which are like ended up in some passive position, you missed 1 or 2 moves, and that's basically it. But when I was playing challenging, sacrificing chess, I was one way from winning or losing, whatever. Then I was not so unhappy, because that's why we like to play chess, because of those games. These are really memorable games.
So Kateryna is still thinking. Is there any other move than queen f5? She can play queen g6, obviously.
Yeah.
But what is the difference? Queen g6, can you play a rook?
Queen g6 can be a move, I agree.
Forget that rook g8, is followed by bishop g8.
Yeah, this one.
What else can you do here?
Queen f8 to stop
Queen
it.
f8.
And if you take now with
Mhm.
the queen, suddenly there are some crazy defenses.
Oh, rook h5. Yes,
Yeah.
we tend to forget about
And if
those moves,
this,
by the way.
then maybe rook h1. So queen h6 might be a step in the wrong direction.
No, but by the way, it was very important to mention this queen g6, queen f8, queen g5, rook h5. It's the only way for this rook to come into play and to protect the knight on c5.
Yeah, and if black manages to play rook d8, maybe she will solve all the problems. So queen g6, yeah, is a step in the wrong direction, but queen f5 was played very precisely. So Kateryna is executing the right combination or right move order.
So after queen d6, you think that e4 is winning? Yes, what do we have?
I'm not
Something
sure.
else? No?
Queen d6, e4, e4 double attack, queen d4, so maybe
Oh, queen d4.
then rook f1, because if you take, I take on f6, but now I have some extra chance to bring rook maybe.
And Elisabeth actually just played queen d6, so we are heading towards this position.
E4
And she
played.
goes immediately
Now
for
will
e4.
she spot this queen d4?
I think that we need to bring the full screen on the board.
Queen d4 is the move. We are not on the break, but
And the board.
okay, maybe this angle is with this angle, maybe it's not easy to spot why queen d4. But the thing is, the idea is to double attack rook and the bishop, and the point is that from the d4 square also protect f6. So queen d4 only move. The clock is ticking, and she will play it. It seems to me that she's
leaning towards the queen.
Yeah, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, we have a move. What a fight.
Yes, it's a struggle.
What a fight. Kudos to both of them.
I'm speechless anyway. And
Rook
rook
f1.
f1 immediately.
Yes.
Alojzije,
Yeah.
this is our
This
game.
is super level.
That there is. So
And
what happens after queen c4? Is it mate?
if I
Yes, queen f6. Yes, let's say king d7.
and I think the problem is that she
you're
takes with the
dropping the
check.
rook. Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
So now it's necessary to play rook a to f8 to protect f6. And if you go e5, I take, you take, and I can hide. So this is
you're playing king f7.
yeah.
But what if you take bishop g5?
Bishop
There was a
g5 first,
possibility,
and
yes.
then if I take, you take, and I move my king, which is
On d6.
where else?
I don't know.
Because here queen c8.
Yes.
So she must go on
It's king
d6, which is
d6.
hard to spot. Queen e5. Okay, this is really tough to spot. This king's march. So
And how is the position here?
but here white wins after rook d1 at some stage. Rook d1, king c8, and now takes the rook. But knight d3, the game goes on. Okay.
And rook f1 is actually a threat right now.
Okay, but this is a mess. This is a
12 seconds on the clock, and
but she
Elisabeth played
executed move which is not the best one, but is also understandable. So instead of rook f8, she went knight d7, but now bishop g5 is winning.
that's the same motive because you were taking the rook at the end, so you cannot take on c4.
So Kateryna needs to spot that after queen c4, bishop f6, knight f6, king x, king d7, always queen g7 wins, because you cannot come to the last rank because you're cutting the communication between the rooks, and if you go up rook d1, I guess king c5, which is also not easy to calculate because now you need to spot, okay, there are several moves, but now you need to spot
Oh, queen g1.
which is really tough. b3 is possible, but and now knight e4, I guess. No, again, you need to spot queen g1, which I think it's really tough to spot. So knight d7 is actually a good practical choice, since you're putting in front of your opponent a serious task, because queen g1 I wouldn't spot for sure. I can guarantee you. I know capabilities. Maybe on a good, really good day and with some inspiration, but it's really hard to see that from g7 your queen, because at the moment you're checking the pawn is on g5, so you know how far is this move away in this current position.
Oh, anyway, we're staying at this game, so
yeah,
we have to watch, to go through the timetable ourselves, because I feel it's like if I would be playing the game myself.
I love those games. Actually, I was playing those games with black only in Sicilian, but with white, that was my usual day in office. This is how I was playing with white.
Bishop g5 is the move here, yeah?
Yeah.
But you can also give queen e6 check. Maybe this is what Kateryna is calculating.
It's possible, yeah.
Protecting the bishop. So queen e6, where do you go?
King d8.
King d8, and then taking on g5.
If I run away.
Take.
And now again you need to spot something crazy like the
rook d1. Oh, she goes for.
She would bishop g5.
She went for bishop g5.
So
rook, the best move in the
rook
position.
to a to f8. No, queen c4 we said. Queen c4.
I don't know what.
Queen c4. Queen c4. She needs to take the bishop to make the game last, because everything else loses. If Kateryna spots queen g1,
she has only a few seconds left. But
okay, now if she doesn't take on c4, I think it's bad. Rook to f8, and now queen e6, rook d1. Queen e6, rook d1, and that's bad for. So I would love to ask Lagno about two things: queen d2, and also Elisabeth, and after queen c4, what was she up to? Yeah, those two details. So it's move number 29, if black took on c4, and move number, hang on, which one was that? No, number 19, if black took queen d2. Has this crossed her mind? Those two questions.
Queen e6, king d8, rook d1, and pinion. Yes, here.
Yeah, it's like super.
Can you take queen
serious,
d1?
super serious spinning. Yeah, no, but communicate rook f8. Check, rook d1.
What else can I? King d1 and your piece down. Yes.
Yeah.
King c7. There's nothing else.
Two minutes. Yeah, but respect, kudos to both players. It was really tough to navigate. Engine bar, you see that it's full.
She goes bishop b6, I think. Okay, maybe it doesn't.
Hang on.
Doesn't change anything, but she didn't go for queen.
Okay, it's winning. It's winning,
a good move, but maybe Elisabeth can still fight for a few moves. 20 seconds
queen
left.
c5 or queen e5.
Yes, but you can still take on d7. Queen c5, bishop d7.
Rook d8.
Oh,
Again, rook d1. Rook d1 is decisive.
oh, you can take on d7.
Okay, yeah.
And
Take on
then rook
d7
d1.
and rook d1 is next. So she's calculating.
And she takes on
Bishop
d7.
d7.
Rook
That-
d7 and now rook d1. It's completely winning.
Rook d7. Yeah, rook d1. And you cannot untangle yourself.
But also e5.
E5
No,
wins.
yes.
Okay, she went for e5.
Mhm.
But after e5, king, yeah. I was thinking to move the king, but there is no point. King d8, bishop, pawn takes f6, probably. King d8 will be played. Yeah, and will she play rook d1? No, she doesn't want.
Bishop f6 and
King
c7.
c7. $20. King c7 will be played. Ten, 9, 8.
Now, if you play rook d1, of course, you have queen e3. But maybe she can play e6, attacking the rook, and the
But then queen e3 check
queen e3
anyway.
check.
So that's why she's not certain. Here she still needs to calculate, because if you go e6, queen e3, king b1, I don't know, rook d6. Okay, this e7, can I take? Here you need to calculate.
You know, my favorite knight. No, but then queen e8, of course. So then.
Okay, so she went for it. e6. Queen e3 is necessary. Check. What else to do? She will give check and she will play rook d6.
How many moves?
6 moves.
6 moves.
7 moves
left,
for
yes.
6 for yeah. No, 7 moves there.
7 is for Elisabeth.
Yeah. And 6 for Lagno. Queen d2. Okay. Another option, but now she's not controlling the e file. Square, queen d2, king b1, and now if you go rook d6, e7 from e3, you are controlling promotional square. But in this scenario, you're not.
Maybe she wants to exchange queens. But then you have bishop e5 check.
Rook d6 played. Now it's important that you spot something which is not so easy, that you have this move. This is not easy to spot.
No, but now you have the check with the knight.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to give check. You can play e8 knight.
Which move?
E8 knight.
Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, a knight immediately. That wins. So e7, I guess, will be played. 2 minutes, yes. Very, yeah, beautiful game. Really. A game of the tournament till now. It would be interesting with queen on e3. That would be like a last test.
Because if rook e8, then bishop b5, yes, and Kateryna remains with the piece up. That's the idea, yes?
Yeah, now bishop b5. And the game is
Rook
gone.
e7, bishop d6, yes, queen d6. It might go on for a while, but white will convert an extra piece.
Checking what after. Can I play rook d1 again?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because you cannot sacrifice and I can take.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bishop e5, rook e7, and now I think rook d1 sells the destiny, but I was saying this too many times. In Sarasadat, I think, against Batkhuyag, I think we will have a draw. Rook d1. Very nice touch. Very nice touch. And now after rook e5, queen e5, the last move.
You can play queen h6 and then queen e7 wins, yes? What a battle. It was a thriller.
It was, yeah, it was game of the tournament till now. Yeah.
And Elisabeth resigns. Congratulations to both players.
Exactly.
I think they gave everything today.
Exactly.
And it was a very interesting game. Fortunately, Elisabeth was the side which lost, but needs two to tango, as I said. So
yeah, great game. Congratulations to both. Someone needs to lose if the game is decisive, but it was really tough. I'm curious about those two moments. What about queen takes c4? And other question would be that queen d2 move has crossed their mind.
Maybe I can tell Charlize.
Yes, why not? Okay, let's switch with the camera to other game. And let's get the board. So we have Sarasadat against Munguntuul. The game is still in progress. Queen h5, but it seems that it will just end up in a draw. I know, queen f5, takes, check, king g1, queen b4, and that's about it. Time trouble is over. Let me see, is there anything else? Not much. Queen f5 or queen e5. And here in Goryachkina against Zhongyi, they are just moving back and forth. So at the moment, let's stay with Munguntuul against Sarasadat. King g2 was played. Almira is back.
Yes, but unbelievable. Kateryna saw this move. Queen d2.
Queen d2,
yes,
really?
Kateryna, so she is going to share her thoughts during the interview, but
and Elisabeth?
Elisabeth left. You know, it's not easy, yes, to interview a player who lost, but Kateryna is a friend. So I said, before, you know, you are going to share your thoughts with our audience, did you see this move? Because I wanted to stun her. And she said, yes, but okay, it's nothing special. I think it's equal.
And yeah, and the queen c4, that queen g1. Okay,
because we need to
but
be ready.
Anyway, I think we can have a break because here we have a sort of dead draw, because now if she takes check, as I mentioned, and queen b4, so we will have a draw very soon, I guess. I don't see anything special. And in Goryachkina, like for the last 5-10 moves, they are just moving and back and forth, and not much is going on. So I believe that we can have a short break, and if the game will last, I will cover it, but most likely the draw in both is the outcome.
Yes, we will announce the interview, and then we will go on our commercial break. The team is getting ready. Alexandra Goryachkina and Zhongyi are on your screen, but can Alexandra really squeeze something out of this position?
Okay, she can move around, but I don't believe, because later if she overpressed, also there are pawns on dark squares, so it's not an easy to risk.
Can she play g4, h5? And then,
Yeah, she can. G4, waits, f5, takes.
if
Maybe
for
even
h5,
g5 I can play, but let's say that I can take, you take, g6, you take.
Maybe here at some point you will need to play knight c5, and this is going to be a rook end game.
Yeah, but okay, first
but now king
first you
f5,
need to come with
yes,
the king,
yes,
I
king
guess.
g4 first.
But even if I push f5, I'm not sure that this is dangerous.
Okay, we are ready for the interview.
Of the tournament so far. It was crazy, such a mess. By move 8, I mean, in an hour and a half that the round has started, you guys only played 8 moves. So tell us about the game, walk us through what happened.
So yes, it was a complicated game. We started thinking already after, well, I played quite quickly c5, but actually I'm not sure about this move, so... but at least I surprised her.
Yeah.
So, and she played, okay, there is b6, many interesting ideas. So she played knight h5, which is also looks logical. Bishop d2, e5. Okay, there are many possibilities. You could. I was considering e4 here, but I decided to play e3 to be safe. I think it's the best option. And here, well, I saw during the games that she has to take on d4. But, well, I don't know. I think I must be slightly better here. So, but she played g6, and I was quite happy because I thought this position must be better for me after queen b3, c6, castle. But then she played this interesting bishop e7 and realized that it's not that clear at all. Because I thought I'm better that she cannot castle on short castle because I play e4 somewhere and her king is weak there. But bishop e7, I don't know, is it good move or not, but an interesting one. So the idea, if I play e4, there is also d4. I don't know, does it work or not? Bishop c4. Bishop c4 you take, maybe even you can take c3. Okay, messy. It's a mess. But even after e4 there is bishop e6 move. And if I take b7, she can play knight d7. And well, it's kind of I can take the pawn, but my king is very weak.
Yeah.
So I was not happy with this position. So I played knight e3 just to develop the piece. And knight e6 looks also very logical. She has to develop somehow because knight d7 she cannot play. I play e6. And here I'm not sure at all about my e6 move.
Yeah, very interesting e6 idea here. Tell us about the thought process behind that.
Well, I thought I need to be quickly. I need to find some way to, because she wants to play knight c5 and bishop e5, so I have to prevent it somehow. And there is e4 move. I don't know it works or not. But well, then I calculated e6, but I'm not sure. I don't know about knight c5, but what I didn't like during the game that she can take. I take knight c5 takes and play king f8. And here I calculated during the game. I thought I will play knight d4 and take the bishop on e6, but then I realized there's this a6 move, and my queen is trapped because rook c8. So, well, should I play here queen b5? But I mean, I don't like it. She can play rook b8. I have to play queen e2. Well, I think she has some compensation. well, still unclear, but I didn't like it, so I'm not sure about e6 move at all. Well, she played also an interesting move, knight c5, but I take. She played king f8, which looks logical. If she takes, then there is knight e5 always check. So queen c2, bishop f5, so it was the fourth line, e4 and takes. And of course, it's a mess, because if I take h6, she just takes, take, and well, everything is hanging. Knight on f3, there is bishop g5 check, e3, knight d3, so I think I'm just hopeless here. So that's why there were other options I was considering, like knight e5, I don't know, because the idea if you play e3, I can take on g6, and again, so I need to take this bishop on e5, it's a very important piece, but somehow I don't remember something I didn't like here. So I don't remember, but it was also an interesting choice. Just I calculated g4 line, it looked forced to me, like she has to take on g4, because otherwise, okay, she could play knight d3, but just I take and play queen b3, and even she takes g4, I could play knight e5, so I have a very strong attack. So she takes knight e5. Okay, she has to take d1, knight g6, king g7. So the idea was, if she takes here, I play rook g1, h4.
Which kind of happened later.
Yeah. So, and she cannot take d2. So, but here, yes, I was considering there was a beautiful move, queen d2.
Yes, our commentators noted this. Let's take a look at that. Queen takes d2.
Yes, if you take, there is bishop g5, but actually it's the same, you can start with bishop g5.
Okay.
So I think it just, but I thought I must be better if I take h8. You take d2, I don't know, probably you take h8. And here I thought that I am going to protect this f7 pawn, but no, here rook g1. So no, sorry. She has to take d2. I take and take h8. But well, I thought bishop c4, then rook g1, rook g8. I don't know. Well, the computer knows better. But I thought that okay, I'm out of danger. Let's say maybe here I'm already winning. So I don't know. But she played d3 and I take. She takes rook g1 and h4. Well, it's just hopeless for her because the king is so weak, and yes, and two bishops. So she played knight f6, and there were other moves. I could play bishop c4. I was considering just to protect the f7 pawn, but I thought maybe she can play, I don't know, knight d4, knight d3, knight e5. So I calculated this line. I thought, so it's a fourth one, and there's queen f5, queen d6, e4, queen d4, rook f1. So I calculated until this moment, and if I take g5, it's hopeless. Yeah. So
she's playing with very little time on the clock, not really able to find resources.
So I calculated. So if she just to be sure is so maybe rook d1, I can play queen g1 and rook d4.
Oh, pretty.
So she played rook h8, bishop e6. There was the last moment she could play knight c5 here somehow, and after e5 I kind of missed knight d3 check.
You were calculating this with 2 minutes left on your clock.
Yes, but still I have king c2, she takes e5, take d3. Well, if she takes g5, rook e1, but no, it should be winning still. So if she takes e6, then also maybe knight e4. So, but well, knight c5 was the last
resource.
Yes, last resource for her. Maybe I was not precise here. Maybe I could play something better. I don't know. But after rook d8, yes, just I take and play e5, and the game is over.
Yeah. So you didn't think there was any chance of a comeback for her?
Here, no, here's too little.
Just, yeah. And time for both of you, just the pressure, the intensity. All of us are sitting like on the edge of our seats. So, wow, amazing game.
Thank you.
And yeah, how would you describe this game in like normal non-chess way?
No, there is only, I don't know, only chess way, just a beautiful game. And I don't have such a, it's been a long time I didn't play such a beautiful game because I have more or less solid style. So it's kind of good feeling.
Well, a crazy game. We do have a beauty prize, so this is obviously in contest for that. Thank you so much for walking us through it, and congratulations once again, Kateryna.
Thank you.
Listen, jeez.
Okay, we are back. The game Munguntuul Sarasadat has ended in a draw, as we expected. Last game, which is in progress, is Goryachkina against Zhongyi. Not much is happening. They are moving back and forth. Maybe it's a moment that we speak a little bit more with the president and of Monaco Chess Federation and the main force behind women chess in Monaco, Jean-Michel Rapper. Welcome, Jean-Michel. You are probably tired. It's not easy to organize this event, make all those things ready, players happy, but you did.
No, it's a great pleasure to organize such event, and without any problem, it's perfect. No, FIDE is very good organization. I'm very, very happy.
Your next steps?
Next step, I don't
Where
know.
will you stop? Where will you stop?
No, next step it will be French competition. We participate in the top 12 for Monaco chess club, and after we will see for the future.
Okay, so as I mentioned, you are now the main force in Europe and in general regarding women chess. So why you are focused so much about women chess? What's actually something which drives you in that direction?
In 1993, Mr. Joep van Nistelrooy was a sponsor for Susan Polgar, and he organized with Monaco Chess Federation women candidate match between Nana Yoselani and Susan Polgar. And he wished to organize also the World Championship between Xiyun and Susan Polgar. But Nana Yoselani won the women candidate match by draw of lot.
Actually, this happened in the Smyslov versus Hibner candidates tournament. I think it was like quarterfinal or something. Yeah, by drawing the lots, they won the match.
So we start like this. And Mr. van Nistelrooy also organized a veteran against ladies. So it was traditional. And after, with Monaco Chess Club, we participate in the French League, and we were vice champion. And I remember it was in 2004. And it's very funny because the president of French Federation was Jean-Claude Moin. And we participate with a French flag. And during, it was in Kemer, if my memory is good. And I see there is also European Club Cup for women. So in this case, I start to think, okay, to see now it's perhaps more interesting to play to have a team in women section for European Club Cup. I proposed to Mr. Van Nistelrooy to do this, but he wanted to continue in the French league. But 2 years after, he said, "Okay, we do it," and we start to build with Almira a dream team.
Dream team, Galacticos.
Yes, but okay, this was a near 20 years ago. And,
one thing which is interesting from my point of view as well. Okay, women chess we know and everything, but regarding tradition, so Bobby Fischer was here. So many great players. That tournament, Melody Amber,
Yes.
it was played in blindfold competition, which actually it's now sounds like some really like odd tradition. They played over computer, over laptops.
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about concept of that tournament, because it was in sort of memory of his daughter? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Totally, it was a Melody Amber, exactly. And there is also another tournament, but not chess. It was a crystal billiard tournament. It's a snooker. And you have both tournament for chess, tournament for billiard. Yeah,
And where they played, which was
the first event was not in Monaco. It was in Roquebrune. It's very near from Monaco. You can see the hotel from Monaco. And I remember I go by motorbike to the tournament with a
helmet.
Yes, helmet. And I spoke with Huub van Oosterom, and I was very young. And okay, and I asked to Huub, okay, if you want to do something for Monaco Chess Federation or with Monaco Chess Federation, and okay, say, okay, Jean-Michel, okay, only one thing, sponsoring. We start like this, okay.
Why not? Yeah, and I know that Anand was playing, Kramnik, Ivanchuk, Morozevich.
Yes.
Karpov, Ljubojevic.
Ljubojevic, yes.
Yeah.
Ivanchuk, and especially Ivanchuk play all the 20 tournaments.
All the 20
yes,
tournaments.
all the 20 tournaments. And Lubo at the beginning was a player. After it was, but he was already invited, and it was fantastic. No, it was absolutely amazing and fantastic during 20 years.
Yeah.
And so we finished tournament in 2011. The last tournament. You have Magnus Carlsen won the tournament, and I have a poster with all player, all sign, and you have Nakamura. Enfin, it's a new actual generation, practically all generation now.
Yeah. Now they're older generation. I think Fabiano said now that he's in some tournaments that he's the older participant.
And in parallel, we start in 2007 to participate in a Women European Club Cup. And after 2016, it was very strange because Mr. Van Nistelrooy died. And during just before Club Cup, and we have absolutely a very strong, the best team we never had. And board one, it was Wifan, Maria Muzichuk, Anna Muzichuk, Pierre Kramling, and reserve player and captain Almira. It was our best team. And also for me, one we won also in 2018, but it's very particular because Monaco Chess Club was not by ranking number one, and it was only 12 teams, and you have 2 groups of 6 teams, and we do a semi-final. I don't remember against which team, but it was totally dramatically. And we need PM must save must win his game to be qualified.
Okay.
But it was completely equal during many hours, and I don't believe, and I remember. I asked to my wife, okay, we go to dinner, but players don't come. So I understood, but what happened? Why? 20, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Okay. And finally, Pierre won the
Won the match. Game.
It was very incredible, very emotional. And finally, after this, we won the Club Cup. No, it's a very, for me, women chess, it's very emotional.
Yeah. Women chess need supporters, need enthusiasts like you. So I think it's like now some fantastic gathering conditions are brilliant. They can really enjoy being here.
Because we have, we have Ina who now support with Tex, Monaco Chess Federation, and we have also historical sponsor, is Société des Bains de Mer, and by year they give free room, gift card, and we can organize one nice event by year. So, and at the moment I have no complaint since many years about for player for everything. So room are amazing. It's very luxurious, and okay, and I'm very happy about this. And okay. And this year, in January, we organize a Women European Rapid and Blitz, and for the first time, we have a better price than for open session. So, and I hope I will discuss with Ina what we will do, but I like very much Rapid and Blitz competition. And me, I was thinking about Blitz, because especially for comment and to watch the game and I think perhaps it can be better to add one more day, and Blitz not in a 3+2, but perhaps in a 5+3 or 5+2 and a 18 game.
I would agree with this, because 3+2 is really cruel and it's too fast even for players. I think that, as you mentioned, 5 minutes.
Okay, so I will need your help during AQ board meeting.
I will do my best. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jean-Michel. Now we can go back to the board, to the game. So the thing is that they were like moving back and forth, but at this stage, G4 was played. This was like a sign that Goryachkina wants to do something. Sorry. No, not in this particular moment. Hang on. G4 was played. I'll do it this way. Yeah, so G4 was played, but the problem with G4 that F4 is now a target, which was not the case a few moments ago. And now White needs to think how to parry this. And I don't believe that G4 was a serious try, because now just Rook E4 is coming. She played H5. Okay. I guess Rook E4 will be played, which is the most natural move. But if she takes, then G takes. Maybe that's something, because now after Rook E4, Rook H4 is the cure for Black's initiative. So H5, Rook E4. Knight G2, I guess. Also, it's possible to play G5, which I think she's also seriously considering, because takes, Knight F5, and now many moves, even Bishop F8, Rook E6. I don't believe that this is anything tangible. So she's thinking about two moves, Rook E4 or G5. I just played. So let's see. What will she do? But she has plenty of time, and the problem is it's not easy to comment, because there is not much happening at the moment. Yeah, we can go full screen just to check what's going on. Maybe also to go around the playing hall, now that you could see that it's a bit empty. to grasp a feeling. I was many times in that situation that you are the only one, Marco Biagioli, who is responsible for live transmission, which is working perfectly. No glitches, nothing was stuck. The point is that you are alone. Okay, both players, but depends of the final outcome. If you manage to win, you won't mind. Bojana is anti-cheating or fair play officer, sitting, combining physical checking and online stuff. And you see that players have refreshment. On the right there are coffees, teas, some chocolates, which is useful especially when the time trouble is gone. Yeah, you could see we can stay here for a while. Juices, also Alexandra, Dimitrievich, Biagioli, arbiter, working her job and refreshing as well. Let's go left, let's check the playing call a little bit more. So it's quite an enjoyable one. Cables, with these days without stable internet, it's not easy to provide anything, so this is our necessity. Before, okay, there are some major conditions like good lighting, carpets, that players are not producing sound while they are walking, good tables, chairs, toilets on a level. You could see that they have this simultaneous mosaic broadcast, so during the game they can check other games as well. So h5 was played, and then Zhongyi is thinking about playing g5 or rook e4. I think g5 is a little bit more safer option, so I would go for that, but I understand that rook e4 is also appealing. Oh, she took. That's a third option. Let's get the board back. Viable as well, but a little bit strange because g takes. So what is she up to? Okay, maybe she wants to say that she can just stay passive with the bishop on f8, then moving back and forth with the rook. But is small concession, but not a serious one, I guess. Black can play rook e4 or bishop f4. So at the moment, black needs to decide. Rook e4 played. Now rook h4 is an extra option, which was not possible a move ago. Will she go for it? Knight g2 is also a safe move. 11 minutes. Slowly second time trouble approaching. I know that in some tournaments they were measuring your blood pressure, heart level, but I know that those smartwatches these days are checking your energy as well level. So how tired are you? So I believe at this point it would be very, very low. I think that players are completely drained because it's 67th move. Yesterday Tan Zhongyi, she really had a tough game, tough loss against Kosteniuk, while Goryachkina won, but against Assaubayeva, but in really long and exhausting game. So free day will help them. Monaco is a nice spot for a free day, huh, Jean-Michel?
After tomorrow.
Yeah. Not. It's not.
Sunday.
It's after 2 days, right? After 5th round.
Yes.
Rook h4 played, and I don't see anything better than waiting for black now. So bishop f8, let's say. Because bishop c7 is possible. Let's say bishop c7, but then knight f5 is coming, and then rook g4. So I think that black should switch to another diagonal. Yeah,
Yes,
bishop
right.
f8. And now I'm trying to find some idea for white, and I'm not managing to find.
Knight g4.
Rook g4 or knight g4?
Knight.
Knight g4 allows rook, and this would be a target. So I don't believe that she can allow that. So she can only do something with the rook. Bishop goes up, knight f5, bishop goes down. And okay, rook g1, not allowing here that you come to the last rank. Rook e6. And what next? We can move forever in this position. Yeah, so rook g4 played. She will come back, bishop d6. No, rook e8, also reasonable. Alternative. Rook g2 maybe will be played. Or rook g1, rook g1. Okay, rook g1, rook e4, I guess. And okay, she will play knight d2. This will happen. This will happen. And can white do something here? Maybe it's a little bit passive. You might start to make only moves. I think f5 is necessary, so maybe immediately here. But then here, I'm not sure. So knight g2 will be played. Rook e4, knight g2. And exchanging rooks. Okay, rook e4, knight g2, if I go f5, then knight h4. I don't know. Knight g2, I think. Or knight c2. Knight g2 is more logical. Will she played? Knight f5. She doesn't want to do it. Okay, knight f5.
Bishop d6.
Rook e8. Rook e8, and now there is no tactics of this kind. This is just an illusion. It's not that white will do something, so this doesn't work. Forget about this. And you can just come back. Maybe she wants to place the knight on g6. But then, again, nothing. King f2. Aha, okay. Okay. King f2. But then again, rook e4. You cannot exchange because this one is dropping. Drop, yeah, king f3 back. Also rook g4 possible, but king f3. Rook g4. Okay, rook e8, I guess. Or rook e6. One of those two moves. Rook e8. She must try to exchange the rooks. So something like, yeah, knight h4, knight g2 is necessary. I don't see other way except king on f3, rook on g1, knight on g2, and then rook e1. So king, let's say, once again, this system, I don't see any other way besides this one. And after rook e1, knight e1, it's not so easy. King e6, king g4, you need to wait. I start. And now the only move is f5. Okay, I have a weakness as well. But this is not easy. Knight goes to e5, threatening to jump to c5. You need to make all the only moves. Maybe it's enough. But it's tricky. Because I can go this. h6, you need to be with your king on e6. If you're somewhere else, you lose. So I think this is the concept. Rook goes back, knight h2, h4, knight g2. And it's possible to win that position. We can maybe go full screen with the camera to see the faces. Is Goryachkina still ready to move on? It seems to me that she's sort of giving up. Not feeling happy. 5 minutes. Is she ready to move on? Okay, she's still moving. Knight g3 plate. Bishop d6 will be played. Enough of rook's move. But it's also the way how you force perpetual. Knight g3, knight, bishop d6, knight f5, bishop f8, knight g3, and so on. So bishop d6, coming or not? Aha. Is she calculating? I don't believe this. No. I guess no need to calculate this. Okay, maybe she is. Calculate this for a second. But after that, there is nothing to worry about. But it's needed to be calculated. So what was the move? Bishop d6 or not? Let's get the board back so I could see it. Bishop d6 was played. Knight f5. Let's get the board with camera with the board. Is she playing? She's playing knight f5. Let's move the analysis board because I think we can go full screen. Full screen with the camera. Full screen with the camera, and they're repeating. Oh, switching the side. Knight e3. Not changing much the outcome. I guess bishop d6. And so let me see. Once, twice, once, twice, no, only twice. Okay, this position basically, knight on f5. So once, twice, and now if she plays knight f5, it's the threefold repetition after bishop f8 back. So will she play knight f5, concluding our day, or not? We don't know yet. Will she play knight f5? Threefold repetition? Not yet. King f3. Okay, so the game will still move on. Bishop f8, I guess. I'm so confused now that I don't know which positions are mined in terms of threefold repetition. F5 plate. Okay. Rook e8, she's not interested in exchanging the rooks, which is a fair decision, although rook g4, knight g4 is probably also good enough. But here you need to stay for a while in this position, and maybe, okay, I can force. Okay, this is a draw. But it's a safer option to stay with the rook. Knight g2. Rook h8, I guess. While we are waiting for this game to finish, maybe we can provide you pairings. Okay, today's results. Just that our technician Etienne doesn't sleep. I have a feeling that he is bored, so let's give him some job to do. And also producer Mr. Jean-Claude Moine as well. So let's get the results and tomorrow's pairings. So these are the results. So we have a draw between Humpy Koneru against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Then Sarasadat Kateryna against Batkhuyag Munguntuul. Kateryna Lagno. has won the game against Elisabeth Paehtz, and Bibisara Assaubayeva against Harika Dronavalli, a draw. What I've noticed that usually we have at least one decisive game, sometimes even more, but I think that's a normal, at least one decisive game. Maybe there will be a round with all draws, which is also not uncommon in round-robin tournaments, but I would say fighting spirits, and usually fighting spirit in a women's event is very, very high, and it's not uncommon that like games are decided decisive more than draw, so it's quite interesting to follow. Let's check the pairings of the next round. Last round before the free day. So after 5 rounds, don't forget that on Sunday is a free day, 23rd. Harika is playing against Goryachkina, Paehtz against Assaubayeva with white. Okay, interesting pairings. There might be some solid approach in some of them. Munguntuul against Lagno, Kosteniuk against Sarasadat, Zhongyi against Humpy. Okay, regarding pairings, and prior to the free day, players might be playing safer than usual, but we will see. Okay, let's get back to the board. Has something changed? Not much. Dan is thinking. 93. Was played. Goryachkina has this approach to postpone her action till maximum, and only then, after swinging around, to start pushing pawns or exchanging pawns. These are sometimes tough positions because everything looks good, everything looks drawish, but you have some preferences for some positions you don't want to enter, although you know it most likely a draw. You want to keep it safe, keeping the rooks or similar stuff. Rook e8, allowing h6. Okay, that might lead to a problem. Let's get the board back, because I spotted some things which might happen. So h6, g takes, rook h6, and let's say rook g8, which I believe is the concept to being able to defend after rook h7 check. But now there is knight g4, attacking f6, bishop e7 forced, and maybe not immediately, but I was thinking about this move. And being a piece down, but with some chances. Let's say rook g1, I can maybe take on c6 or give check, or maybe I start first with the check. If you go rook g7, you're checkmated. And then if you go king e8 or sorry, king f8, now knight e5, and this might be a good try. If Goryachkina spots this, it maybe won't end up in a draw. Now I'm not so sure. h6 is the move, but she postponed it once again. h6 would be really interesting. h6 was a really good test for black, but now I'm not sure that again we will have anything. Bishop f8, let's say now, stopping h6. Will she play bishop f8 or rook h8? I really don't know. Let's say bishop f8. Bishop g3. Okay, that's cool. So she has sense for humor. Rook h1, of course, not h2. And then bishop will go back. She must play h6. Will she play it? Because she got into this position where she has a chance. But she's postponing once again. Okay, she has a plan, maybe rook h8, king g4, rook e8, rook e1, knight e1. But this is just a dead draw. Oh, I have a new guest.
Hello.
Yeah, come on, tell us more about what's going on in the playing hall.
Oh, they're fighting. They're fighting a lot.
Yeah, Alexandra, is it Dimitrievich or Biagioli now?
Dimitrievich.
Okay.
Because in Italy, they don't change the last name for the woman.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, they have it. Because it's not practically, then you have to change your tax number.
Ah, okay, got it. So, Alexandra, your role here, you are deputy,
Yes.
deputy arbiter and translator.
Okay, I did it many times in chess tournaments, actually.
Yeah, so from your arbiter point of view, is there anything which is not so common before? What I've noticed today that players were like laughing a bit before the round. Our guest, president of Austrian Chess Federation, Michael Stüttiger, was making some jokes. What happened exactly?
Oh, we had fun in playing hall because he was trying which first move to play and hoped that the player will really play the first move he chose. So he chose to play e4 because he likes e4.
Mm-hmm.
Why, I don't know exactly. He believes it's the best chess move for white.
Interesting. And he was just retreating and moving, retreating, moving.
To take from all different cameras photo.
Okay.
Practical.
Okay, so he enjoyed the moment.
A lot.
Okay, so in playing hall, players have refreshment.
Yes.
Maybe we cannot reveal But I'm pretty sure that they won't actually be angry of us if we share which drinks they prefer to drink during round.
Still water.
Still water is something they prefer. There is options of juices, right?
Yes.
Coffee.
Some detox water, some many really there is like at least 7-8 different drinks. So
And peanuts or something.
yeah, there's something sweet, something salty, some cakes. I mean, some cookies,
Okay,
some candies. So,
a lot of things which
A lot of
probably
things.
arbiters needs to eat at some stage. Yeah. Okay, so this position they're just moving back and forth. So I don't believe that.
I was thinking that they're going to put rook to g8, knight g4, and then h6 in certain
She
moments
could
to
have-
attack on f6.
She
but-
could have did it before, but that was the moment which was gone. And once again, h6 was the move I expected. But now they are in this position. Hang on, I will just update it this way. Okay, still she can play
I mean,
this.
still is the same plan, but it's not now easy because rook is stuck on e4.
Yeah,
And it's not easy to move rook to g6, because with rook g6, knight g4, h6,
Yeah.
f6 is also weak.
yeah.
This was...
Okay, she could do it at 6 and then knight g4, but somehow she was postponing that decision, and I think she will play it in the end, but after a really long,
but
prolonged
technically,
maneuver.
Here I'm not sure that this is winning, because you cannot go knight g4, there is rook f4 check.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
after
it, I
h6,
think
so...
it's all the time like draw, but she can maybe pose some problems. Now, as you mentioned, without knight e3 and rook f4 is coming for black, I don't believe it's something. Yeah, regarding conditions, players are happy, I guess.
Yes.
Chairs, tables, everything.
Everything is great, always in Monaco. It's not first tournament I'm here. I hope not last also. So thanks Jean-Michel for inviting me. But it's really great playing condition. Probably the best one I attended.
Okay, very good. It's nice to hear that ladies have this kind of superb experience. But you were also an arbiter in this European Rapid and Blitz,
Yes.
which was a little bit, not a little bit, but probably much tougher to handle. Blitz, it's not easy,
It
especially.
was the same playing hall, just a bit, okay, we open it a bit bigger. Yeah, it's not easy, but I believe it helps me that I have experience and we don't have some problems. Okay, we have Stefan as chief arbiter who knows really how to manage playing hall well and players and any critical situations. So we actually never get in critical situations.
Very good.
Yeah.
Some next tournaments. Which tournaments you're planning to go as an arbiter?
Oh, I have to play one league because I promised that the guys from my club. So I'm going to play league now in March. And that's more or less it, because we have preparation for national championship until national championship in Italy, actually.
Yeah.
So it's with academy full time.
Okay. Busy life.
Yeah.
Not bad. So will she take on h4 or not? She can, of course, do it. And
But it's draw when she takes on
Yeah.
h4.
and then king.
Just
King
move the
waits.
king f7, king g8.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see anything.
Okay, she will transfer once again knight to g4, but then bishop can be on f8. So we can maybe go full screen to check, will she take on h4 now, because she was avoiding it for a while. But it seems to me that both players don't want to stop this game. They are enjoying.
No, they played f5. I was counting the moves. If they don't play f5 and then play f5 after 50 moves, which I would do, and then 75 moves wait for the arbiter to close, we predict 192, but now should
What's
be
now
before.
the role of arbiter in terms of when they are overstepping the 50 moves rule? So 50 moves rule you can claim if nothing.
Yes, player can claim 50 moves.
If nothing has been exchanged, and
Yes.
the moves, there are no pawns move. And then 70 you mentioned, or how?
75, it's when we call the game off.
Okay.
It's finishing the game,
You
doesn't
can
matter.
interfere as an arbiter.
We
after.
must, because
you
the game
must.
is finished. It's similar to stalemate or checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
So the game, anything what is continuing after it is not game anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. Okay, so it's a useful info to know. And regarding this claim of 50 moves, so you can claim 50 moves and or let's say 50 moves rule, and you don't need to show it in a score sheet because now we have electronic coverage.
You need to show because there is a chance that something collapses in electronics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we are happy here to have good live transmission.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who are doing that know how to manage.
Mm-hmm.
And we have good boards,
Mm-hmm.
like new boards. But with older boards, when pieces are exchanged in some events, it
Mm-hmm.
happens that some moves are not seeable well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always better if player has score sheet to claim
Mm-hmm.
based on score sheet.
Mm-hmm. And regarding this tournament, players are not obliged to. They are not allowed to offer a draw, right? So
Before
they need
move
before
40,
40, yes, they need to call the arbiter and claim the threefold repetition.
But it's pretty obvious repetition which are happening before move 40.
Okay, I think now we will have.
Fast draw.
Yeah, because now after bishop c7 or something, yeah, nothing can happen. Or king h7 is fine.
Yeah, it's draw.
Yeah, now it's a dead draw, but still, Goryachkina can play a few moves.
I mean,
But,
still they can play 50 moves, moving knight around. You can make easy 50 moves here, like knight g1, knight e2, knight c1, knight e3, knight b2.
Not coming to any
No,
step
exactly.
3 times.
You can do it like probably 50 moves. But maybe they're tired, or maybe they just enjoy playing.
Regarding the rules, what would you say, Alexandra? Are the players aware of new trends or new rules, or they are learning through tournaments? What do you think? Level of let's say knowing the rules? Okay, especially maybe in Blitz. In Blitz is not.
I can say even in this time control, it's they don't know all the rules.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I like that there is possibility that they can ask arbiter during the game. So if they have any problem that any unclear about the rule, they can come to arbiters and then ask what is going on, how is this rule, how I have to claim the draw, or to ask for explanation. Because I found out that it's happening. You know, they're professionals, they're playing chess, they're more concentrated about the level of game. Maybe opening preparation or some new middle game ideas, or maybe some new improved endgame, because as table base is updating, we have access to better endgames. And it's easy to forget about rules. Because you play a lot of games, you have feeling that you know everything what is going on. But there are many tricky rules, which is useful to know.
Yeah. We have a draw.
Yes.
We can move the board off. We can go full screen and maybe a little bit to catch the playing call. Players will leave. We can put the results.
Yeah. Players is going to leave. Okay, they deserve it.
We need to wait for a minute so that Etienne inputs the results.
Okay.
But final signing of the score sheets.
Yeah, so like after every game, okay, everyone is usually signing Especially when you have a draw, it's nothing that you can, let's say, feel too much about the game.
93 moves, which is at the moment the record of the tournament.
It will not be easy to overstep.
Yeah, 100, it's a milestone. Okay, score sheets. Okay, today we have results. Only one decisive game, Lagno against Paehtz, and actually it was a credible game and one of probably the best game of the tournament in terms of thriller and drama. Kudos for both players, and we are wrapping up this broadcast and see us tomorrow, 5th round. And yeah, that's about it. We have standings. Lagno is leading the tournament, and she's half a point ahead of a group of 3 players. And then Kosteniuk is on, and Goryachkina on 50%. Yeah, that's about it. Tomorrow, same time, Almira will join me again. Thanks, Alexandra, for
You're welcome.
jumping
It was a
in.
pleasure.
And yeah, see us tomorrow.
See you.